It's finally happening.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to... Actually, let's go to the other screen for the intro. Hi there, everybody, and welcome to the newest episode of The Adventures of the Salamander Coast. Welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name's Joe. I'll be your dungeon master this evening. I know that I don't need to, but I feel as though I have to say that I'm coming live from a brand new studio, air quotes for those in the stream who can't, and those in the chat who can't hear or can't see. I'm in an actual office now, not just in the living room of my apartment. It's like a real office. Still have the green screen. The lighting looks so much more dramatic. I look like I'm in an interview or like a docu-series about something really bad that happened to a family member. Because I've got like the shadow on one side of my face, and I'm a black blur and a distorted voice away from being being in witness protection. All right. Okay. So that's what we got. All right. So for those of you that were not tuning in last Thursday, we do have two new additions to the Salamander Coast group. We've got Carasilla and Morwin, but we'll learn more about them come the session. So I'm trying to think if there's anything that I need to say beforehand. I will just say that Afera and Isles will be back this weekend. So this Friday and Saturday, we are going to have actually Afera and actually Isles, which I'm very, very, very excited about. But tonight we have Salamander Coast. So, whoa, thank you, Jamie, for the 8 months, man. That's awesome. The best way to support your DM as a player is just to use your Prime subscription to follow on to it. Hey, and Jazz! Oh, yeah, Jazz! I feel bad now that I was more excited about Jazz. I love both of you greatly. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and roll the intro, and then we have two summaries this episode, one from Felicity and one from Ryan. But before we get to those, we've got to roll the intro. So let's roll them. And we are back. So let's go ahead and let's get these summaries going here. So first things first, session 34. Felicity, go ahead and take it away. What happened?
All right. This is what went down. The party, after a hard night of emotional goodbyes with their teammate Poe, tried to pick themselves back up in the morning. Some party members even learned more about themselves or their past that morning. Most of their travel north was uneventful until they were surrounded by Uljit. The party got away as quick as they could until they noticed the Uljit were attempting to capture/kill a Bahir. So, spaghetti-o. What was the party gonna do? Well, they were like, I guess we're gonna help the Bahir because why not? Electric dragon thing, we have electric people and a dragon guy, so let's go for it. So basically, they help the Bahir escape, and the Bahir fucking kills the rest of the Uljit in the area. And the party was freely able to learn about the connections this area had to past giants and even the Dark One. And not wanting to stay there much longer, they kept moving. And not much longer after that, they ran into a dark figure that will not let them pass. The figure plans to retrieve something from the party, though most of them do not know what it wants.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds foreboding and not good for whichever party member is holding that item. So that was session 34. Session 35, or 34.5, the introduction of our two new characters, Carasilla and Morwin. Ryan, what happened in that session .5?
So, Carousel and Morwen, also known as the Dulski twins, were revealed to be two kindled in the Children of the Flame, the equivalent of a captain rank, basically. They joined with the rest of the Children of the Flame, which ended up resulting in about 1,000 strong, with the Lightbearer himself and several of the senior members all gathering together in order to confront this summoning of the Dark One's army, according to prophecy. After meeting one of the servants of the Dark One, things got a little tense, and the Lightbearer spoke to Morwen and Caracilla directly. After a very, very honest conversation, there began to be a rumbling and the sounds of battle. He promoted them to Senior Kindled and gave them a letter that they were to deliver to a member of the Hidden Flame. The two, unfortunately, ran away from the battle, and overnight they traveled about 12-16 hours on horseback until the horse died. Then they got up and they basically dragged themselves and kept going until they were confronted by one of these Bansheen warriors, and now they are standing over the cliffside looking down at the runaways who are facing their own Bansheen, not having any idea what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you so much. So, with that, that is where we're going to go ahead and dive in. So, right off of that, currently, we stand at the precipice of battle. Morwen and Caracilla standing atop the cliffside, framed out by this, what looks to be almost like a giant's ribcage jutting out of the earth, these gnarled bones just shooting out like trees. You can see the Bansheen standing in front of you slowly begin to, its shadow beginning to remove itself from the ground until it forms right next to the shadowy figure, standing there exactly the same, unhinging its sword from the scabbard at the exact same time, a mirror image. And there is no wisps, there is no opacity. You can't see through it. It is a fully realized secondary form that is equally matched in speed and momentum to its copy standing next to it. Terrifying. Something that you all, that Caracilla and Mormon you had read. But right now, you can see it just waits. As you can see, its head is slightly cocked behind it, as if pointing an ear back behind it. And you can see that group down below. You can see a purple tiefling, a large Goliath woman, a halfling in robes of blue and red, a dragonborn. You can see the snout sort of poking out of a hood. You can see a young girl, maybe 15 or 16 years old, raggedy white dress, blonde hair, and then a suit of armor standing in between all of them, bursting with sunflowers. And then behind all of them, a wolf that has many different saddlebags on top of it. So, as you all see that, Cecily, Desmond, Bianca, and Ashima, the four of you have not yet noticed the two up there. However, Bianca, Ashima, Desmond, Cecily, all of you standing in behind Keothi, you can see Keothi kind of cock her head up towards the cliffside to the north, and then immediately shoot her eyes back to the Bansheen. All of you can see that clear as day. She's a big woman, and it is hard to sort of hide when she's maybe doing something a little suspicious. So for those of you that do want to look up, you can see that not only is there another two Bansheen up there, these two dark individuals, that maggot-colored skin. Not only can you see them up there, but you can also see that there are two people standing behind them. So real quick, Caracilla Mormon, if you want to give a brief description of your character, what do they see standing behind those Bansheen?
After you, Gemma.
Gemma wasn't ready.
Okay,
Gemma's still muted.
No, it's cool. I'll go. Yeah. So, Morwen's about 5'8" elf with kind of like a red auburn hair. It's cut fairly short to have more of a kind of a pixie cut style to it. She's wearing these black leather pants with 2 belts with hand axes on either side. She's wearing a black top that has a bit of a cut in it, and you can see chainmail underneath it.
Yeah.
On her hands, probably the most noticeable thing about her are her very interesting choices of weapon, which is 2 patas, which is basically a gauntlet sword for those who are unfamiliar. So yeah, it's literally a gauntlet that just has a sword forged onto it. Yeah, that's pretty much Morwen. Oh, and wearing a very nice white cloak that looks like it's burning a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But not like in danger. Like, clearly has a magical effect since you all are familiar with magical items.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, that's Morwen.
All right, Gemma, are you ready now?
Yeah, I realized I forgot to unmute myself, so I was just screaming at once.
I was just like, no, okay, fine.
Well, okay. Yeah, so very much a similar height. Like, they do look very similar as being twins. She's got the same kind of burning white cloak on, less armored though, with this short, well, there's bob down to her shoulders, off, similar auburn red hair, and probably still attached to her back. She's got her trusted little hurdy there, which you wouldn't be able to probably see from the distance, but has a little like face at the top of it. And is probably, I imagine, just very exhausted as well, is, I feel like, the thing. But just kind of standing there, little back be in front of her a little bit, I guess.
Okay. Alrighty. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Alrighty. So yeah, any of those of you who choose to look over, you can see those 2 standing there, sort of drawing their weapons, readying to fight. So you, at least for now, these seem like, although you're distrusting of most people, they seem like temporary allies. You have the same enemy. So as you see them out of the corner of your eye, if you choose to look up in that moment, sort of following Keothi's vision, we go back to what was being said to you, Desmond. The Bansheen in front of you doing the same thing, its form splitting and separating into 2 separate halves of the same whole. This just shadowy figure, that maggot-colored skin, those dark blackened steel blades being drawn from its scabbard as it points the blade, gnarled and wavy towards Desmond. You can see that, or you can hear that coarse and scratchy voice speak out as the blade points towards you, Desmond.
So, what will it be? Dragonborn, give us the remains. You can go on your way, or refuse and become one with the dark.
Does it seem like it actually means about letting us go if I give it up?
Didn't you make an insight check at the end of last week?
I don't remember.
You did, and you rolled a natural 1 - 1 for 0.
Natural 1.
Oh, I remember that now. Yeah.
He's telling the truth. He wants to be our friend.
I'm getting really good vibes from this guy.
Yeah, no, it is hard to tell. It's not what you're thinking about at all right now.
Right.
Yeah,
Desmond's mind like 200 million miles a minute or kilometers.
Ooh, Cameron, you're cutting out quite a bit.
Cutting out. Better now.
Maybe just keep talking. Yeah.
Talking here. Let me. I didn't readjust my mic. That air conditioning was going like so.
Yeah, maybe turn your mic sensitivity back down.
Yeah. Just better.
Well, just keep talking. We'll see. If not, I'll definitely let you know.
Well, like I was saying, Desmond's mind is going like a million miles a minute at this point. And I think he is probably too panicked to say anything. And he is just going to kind of shuffle himself a little bit behind Keothi, being the biggest thing in the area. And kind of just place his hands around like his head, like near his ear, where I guess wherever Dragonborn ears are, and just kind of like shakes his head a little bit, just kind of freaking out.
Okay. So then you can see both of those blades pointing at Desmond through Keothi, past Bianca and Ashima. You can see both gnarled, lipless smiles creep up to the ears, the sharp, jagged, broken teeth breaking through, stained in blood, as the heads cock towards each other, mirrored. And that voice echoes out once again.
So, you have chosen death.
And with that, the two entities begin to move forward, not running, not charging, walking. And with that, I'd like everybody to go ahead and roll for initiative. Oh-wee.
I'm a little scared. Oh my
I'm
god.
a lot scared.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Banshee. Oh,
So much dice.
so many dice. Oh, Mark, what did you roll for Cecily? Oh, you didn't roll yet. Okay.
I thought I did. Maybe my computer just lagged. Here, let me go ahead and click again.
Yeah.
I'm getting... That's not... Huh. Okay. I don't know what is occurring. Let me just...
If you'd like,
ahead and click
I
the
can
roll.
roll for you if it's not cooperating.
Yeah, it's being a little... It's being a silly goose.
Well, let me.
The key...
Oh, you're good.
All
right, here.
I keep getting a pop-up. I don't know what it means at all.
What does it say? What does it say?
It says the key UPVA214UO4KK9UT does not
Okay.
work with this extension.
Okay.
That spelled it out pretty clearly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What?
What does that mean in English?
Did the rest of you click on initiative on your character sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, it does not exist in the embedded collection.
Go to your.
That's what it says.
Go to the combat
Collection
tracker. Go to the combat tracker,
Yeah.
Mark, and then click on the little dice that's right there in the combat tracker.
Same pop-up.
Okay, roll a d20, add 2, and then I'll manually enter it.
All right. I forgot
9.
to hit +2.
All right,
Yep.
9 it is. Update. What? It gave me. I tried to do it manually, and it did the same thing. All right, Cecily's getting deleted. Mark, you just gonna sit this combat out. Cecily's tuckered. She's gonna take a nap.
She just sits down. It's like, damn, Desmond, this sucks.
What? Does not exist in the embedded collection. I'm so
Happening.
confused. This is such a
This
weird.
is the fight.
Okay, let me duplicate Cecily, and let me try it again. There we go. All right. Well, take a 19, Mark. Congratulations for having this happen to you. I'm gonna delete Cecily though. So if you had any macros, you're gonna have to redo those.
Wait, so I'm now Cecily? I'm a clone?
Well, yeah, you're
I'm
a
no longer
simulacrum.
the
You didn't-
original Cecily.
Yeah, you didn't learn from your
Oh,
teacher.
no.
All right. Okay.
You always were.
Wait, but then it didn't update here. Oh my goodness. 19 initiative. Say what?
Oh, my character sheet disappeared. Oh no.
This is so funny. I love this.
don't know what to do.
Okay, what if I create another copy?
Oh my god.
Duplicate.
We
Cecily.
got 6 Cecilies.
You just
I feel like a lot of the tension that this session opened up with may have left.
It didn't until you
You're-
said
you're
anything,
seeing-
Ryan.
just seeing Cecily like change animation styles rapidly in the corner. she's warping.
I'm so profoundly confused in this moment.
What don't you understand about key A493314UT4763AUT is not in the embedded collection?
Error! Come on, Joe.
Yeah, jeez. Why don't you just try being a good DM? Just learn.
Oh, too bad.
Okay, all right. Let
Evan,
me
fix it.
Evan fix it. No.
Oh yes! Oh my
No.
god, no!
Okay, here we
This
go.
is Foundry's way of retaliating against Evan leaving.
Yeah.
Oh,
By punishing the
Ricky.
rest of us.
Okay,
Well-
I'm gonna.
yep.
At least Mark. I don't know about the rest of us, but
Yeah.
Nah,
It's like
fair
hates
point.
me.
It's like you don't play D&D for a week, and it's like, who even are you? Do you even own the server? You don't. No way. Okay, come on. Come on, Foundry. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay. Here we go. Salamander Coast, PCs. Cecily. Oh, that's a good sign.
I exist.
Doesn't work.
Okay, I'm gonna don't even roll initiative, Mark. I'm just gonna do it manually.
Okay.
You got a 19. Update.
Right.
Oh, fucking yeah, there we go. All right, congratulations, Mark. You exist and you're on the initiative order. Can you control your token?
Yes.
Does it open your character sheet?
Yay!
Yes, it does.
Can you just attack with a cantrip for me? Just anything. Use a spell. Do something.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're still on the roleplay thing on the channel. We might want to move to the combat map.
Yes, I was just trying to get this figured out first.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
Yay!
Alrighty. There we go. All
I
right.
exist.
You exist. Initiative's happening. Begin combat. Alrighty. So, first up on the turn order, we have Eshima. Eshima, what are you doing?
I'm crying. Okay. Jeez Louise. I don't want to... I hate being first in initiative because I want to know, like, what they do. You know?
Yeah, you want to be able to lay in wait a little bit and just kind
I
of.
want to size them up. I missed
Someone has to run up to the British forces and count them and then run back. Someone's
Yeah,
gotta
right.
do it.
Can
Solid
I-
Zulu
can I
reference.
Can I just play as a battle master for this fight? No, I'll just I don't know. I'll cover half the distance, and then I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, cover half the distance, so you're just going to get right up there. All right.
Yeah, because I don't.
I get
Yeah.
you, man. Make them waste their turn.
Yeah, pretty much. That's more what I'm thinking. Okay, yeah, that's me.
Okay. Alrighty. So, before we go on to the next turn, I just want to clarify that right now the extension isn't working, but right now it is about 7, 8 o'clock at night. So the sun has set, and you're currently sitting in sort of this. It's not like darkness so much so that you're blinded if you don't have that dark vision, but I'm just letting you know that there are a wide variety of shadows in this area. Okay, so in case that changes anything, I just want to let you know that right off the bat.
Cool.
Okay. All right, Connor, you still good?
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
especially because I don't know what that's going to entail. So
Okay, all right. I just
Again-
wanted to. I didn't want to leave any information out in case you were like, "Oh, that changes everything."
100%. I get it. Yeah, just dipping my toes in.
Okay, all right. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to Desmond. Desmond, what are you doing?
So I'm gonna go ahead and, seeing Ashima kind of start things off, I'm going to do what I do best and run away. It says for me that the game is currently paused, but I don't know if that's actually true.
What about now?
Okay, there it is. It's stopped
Okay.
now.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
it's good now. When I get about here, I am going to. How far can I throw one of those bombs, actually, before I say what I'm going to do?
I think it was just your slingshot range. I think that was what we decided.
Oh, I gave my slingshot to Poe, so I don't have it anymore.
Oh, that's awkward.
Well,
So I'd say a throw range of, we'll say 20 feet, because right, your slingshot would have been 30.
Okay.
yeah, I think it's 39
So
for
if
the
I
sling. Yeah.
and then
So anything past
So I
20,
can
it's
probably-
disadvantage.
get it like with disadvantage. And I think what was it was it 4 squares worth of stuff going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Well, wait. Okay, let me start back. Oh, that's not that. So if I do 5, 10, 15, if I do like right, so 5, 10, 15, 20, right there, and I will toss the bomb right here to get both of these guys and not Ashima. I'll go ahead and start things off with a bang.
With
We'll
a
see
bang.
if it will let me. This is my last bomb, I think. I don't know. Oh, big money right there. Big damage. You got it.
Oh no! Oh.
Damn. Oh, that's
okay.
so-
Sorry. The knight, no. He needs to be added onto there. Thank you for the reminder. Where is he, by the way?
I think his
Oh,
token might have
no.
disappeared when you were
It
trying to
was
fix
there a minute
Cecily.
Oh, this is such a nightmare.
Oh,
What
no.
we could do about the
But on
dog is
Cena-
just send it away and wait for it to come back then when we're done fighting. And hopefully not
Yeah,
dead.
I honestly, that sounds fine to me.
All right. It's okay. The knight rolled a 1 on initiative. Choo choo.
It is the Groucho Marx glasses to prevent from copyright.
Yes.
So dumb.
Oh, that was an ugly laugh. I apologize. But,
No, that's
oh my
okay.
God, that's so funny.
All right. So we have a DC 14 on the deck saves for both of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Dex saves. So let's see. Dex save. Saving throw. No. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Dex save.
That means double damage, right?
Hey. All right. So they both take 4 points
Um.
of thunder damage. Alrighty. Cool. So as you throw the bomb
I'm
and
going to.
lands on the ground, the glass shatters and cracks. That thunderous energy emerges from the glass, and you can see that the two of them are just kind of covered in it, but then they both turn their attention to you.
I'm going to bonus action. Actually, how far away? I took 20, so that would be 15 plus 35 is 50, I think. Feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. So I'm gonna try to get as far away as I can, which is like right over there. And I will cower with my tail between my legs. And I feel like Maggie, I've not used Maggie in like the last like million combat encounters, but she would have jumped off my shoulder in this area. I don't know where the Maggie thing is.
Not there.
But I feel like she'll just chill where I left.
Just chill. All right. Maggie. There we go.
Actually, can I do we decide that I needed to roll initiative for her, or she just goes right after
She
it?
goes right after you, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to actually just have her then, when she jumps off of me, 5, 10, 15, and I'll have her use the help action. So the next attack on this guy on the top.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
So
then
she
we
starts
come-
kind of like prancing around, spraying a little bit of her spray on the feet of this guy. Machine.
All right. Sounds good. So then we come to the... this one right here is going to move... You can see Ashima, it's the oddest thing as you're just... And all of you can see as the sort of echo or copy, it just... Even though it is fully physical and looks exactly the same, you can just see it phase through its copy, or its originator, as it moves. 5 feet, 10, and... Let's see... Is that within range? Okay. So Desmond, you can see that as you sort of run into that corner, you've sort of begun to cower in the shadow. And you can see the entity being in line with the sort of shadow draping over this blade. Ashima, you can just see him vanish. And Desmond, he appears right next to you. As you can see, almost like he just falls into the shadow. And then Desmond, as he appears behind you, he is going to go ahead and make 2 longsword attacks. So you can see he draws it, and he just makes 2 rapid slashes against you. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. So that is, let's see, another natural 1 on the first one. So you can see that you kind of instinctually duck, hearing the sound of a crashing branch behind you. And then as you sort of turn around, just face to face with this creature, that is going to be an unnatural 20 on the second hit. And that is going to go ahead and be a... So that is going to be 1d10 just for the base damage with the longsword. It's 2 plus 4, 6. And then we have 1d6, I believe here. Necrotic damage. Let me just double check though. 1d8 necrotic damage. Whew. Okay, so that was 6 points of slashing damage and then 8 points of necrotic damage. We'll max out on that dice. For a total of 14 points of damage, yeah. Okay. And you can see that as it strikes into you, the blood just gets splattered onto the ground, and you can see the blood that is broken from your arms as you sort of throw your forearms up that splatters onto the ground. It's not that sort of deep red viscous color. It's almost like this black sludge that hits the ground as if just touching the blade that this creature wields is almost infecting your blood as soon as it hits it. Okay. So with that, that is the end of its turn, and then we come to Cecily.
Okay. Quick question. I'm gonna ping this little sword thingy here, like the hilt of this massive sword.
Mm-hmm.
Compound question. How high up is that? And if I manage to get on top of it, would it be stable footing?
Stable-ish. Where, I mean, you're so light that it wouldn't be too big of a deal. But there's the chance that if anybody were to even, hit it hard enough to break it, then it could come toppling down. But in terms of how high is it off the ground, I'd probably say the blade is sticking up maybe 10 feet up out of the ground.
Okay.
So if you were to go up this sort of cliffside here, I would say maybe this portion of the guard right here is maybe 5 feet up. You go up the cliffside and sort of climb up at 5 feet right there.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking of using my bonus action to Misty Step up there to clear whatever distance I can with my movement. And then use my action to twin cast Firebolt and hit both of the thing.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. 'Cause I think I'll be the most helpful with a vantage point and like not in the fray of things as I often am. So yeah, that's what I'll do. So I guess I'll move to like here and then just Misty Step up to there.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good.
And then she'll just twin cast those firebolts, and then use the beam as cover as much as she can.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay.
Sounds good. So go ahead and make those 2 attacks. So you are from height advantage right now. So at least the 2 that you are aware of down ground level, you do get an extra D6 to hit for those.
Sweet. Alright, so situational bonus. Am I able to add plus D6?
Just roll it, and if it misses, I'll let you roll the D6.
Okay.
Yeah,
That'll be
just
easier.
Yeah.
I will start with the lower one.
A D6 is not going to help.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just save you the pain now.
Alright, and now the one by Desmond.
Oh
my god.
Oh, wow. That was almost a natural 22. Oh.
Well,
Would a D6 help on that one, Joe?
Surprisingly, yeah, Cameron. You do have a point of luck if you want to use it.
I have 2 points of luck, and they can be better spent later, I think, when I'm actually casting a big boy.
Big boy, yeah. Because luck can be used to reroll somebody else's, right?
No, it's just me with this version. Okay. I think there's class abilities where it can be other people, but for the feat, it's just you.
Okay.
But I mean, I'll take it. But no, but I'll use she'll use the handle to kind of hide as much as she can, or stabilize her footing as much as she can by kind of like hugging onto it. Then that will be it for now.
Okay. Alrighty. Kirasilla. We come up to you now, you and Morwen having just like stopped sprinting for a moment, look down, seeing those creatures, seeing this deformed, terrible, fiendish entity just standing in front of you, drawing its blades. What are you doing?
I mean, Magic kind of like see that there's shit happening on with like the others in their little group. So she's just gonna give an inspiration to Morwen for starters, or a little D8 there. Is there any time to push? I feel like now is the time. And then just at the Banshee that's, I guess, to the right, so closer to her, she's gonna Dissonant Whisper. Can I cast that up is the question. Does it let me? Yes. Cast that at the that roll, yeah. Ooh.
Okay, so
Sure.
DC.
So yeah, DC 14 Wisdom.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, well, I'm making that. Mark, reroll the one against the one at the bottom of the screen for the firebolt, because Maggie was using the help action.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hey, look, damage. Oh my god, it's 2. I rolled snake eyes.
Magic can't do everything.
Man.
Okay, 2 points of fire damage. The bolt slams into the creature's arm, and you can see that cloak just kind of comes up and just envelops that fire and smoke. And you can tell that it singed something. It's maybe hurt it a little bit, but the Banshee seems mostly unaffected. Okay. Alrighty. So that's DC 14 Wisdom save. Wisdom save. Okay. All right. So here we go. DC 14 saving throw. That's going to be a 12. Okay. Alrighty. So Dissident Whispers, it's going to go ahead and take the 15 points of psychic damage. And you were targeting this one, right?
Yes, and I will say, since it failed the save, it also needs to use its reaction to move basically as far as it can.
As far as it can?
Speed. As just its speed.
It's movement speed. Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So what it's going to do is it is going to... Oh, okay. It's going to go 5, 10, and it's going to make an athletics check to slide down the cliffside. That is a 14 plus 7. It's 21, so it slides down okay. So 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, moved away from you.
But other than that, she's just gonna stay where she is.
Okay. Now let me look at Dissident Whispers again. Terrible must make wisdom save. Miss Measly. It was far away from you as it she doesn't move into obvious danger ground such as fire pit. Okay. Okay, yeah. So it's just moving as far away from you as it can. But it seems as though yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Alrighty. So then we come to... Oh, what? Weird. There we go. What the hell? That's weird. Okay. Which one is this here? Why does it say this one's dead? Definitely not. Okay. Man, I'm just trying to figure out why it's being so funky right now. Okay. Alrighty, so we have this one right here that is currently next to Ashima. I mean, yeah, they're only here for one reason. So 5, 10, 15. Does Maggie get an attack of opportunity? Little bite attack.
I don't think that familiars can attack.
No. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Okay. So yep. Then it's gonna do the same thing. And it's going to appear in this corner right here. And it's gonna make 2 attacks against you, Desmond.
Party, yo.
Okay. So 2 longsword attacks. That's gonna be a plus 7. Okay. That's a unnatural, another dirty 20, and then that's a 10. It's gonna be 2d8. It's going in for a one-handed strike. So first d8 is 4. First attack is so 12 points of slashing damage, and then 1 point of necrotic damage. So 13 total. Whoa! You're definitely not at
That's
1,
not
right?
Sorry.
No, it's like...
it didn't register my 0.
Woo! Oh, that was terrifying. Just to see your health bar just drop to a sliver there. Oh, but you're still
not much better.
Oh, you're still at 10. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see that as it slashes into you, more of that sluggish black blood dropping onto the ground and then beginning to sizzle. You can just hear the creature remark towards you and say,
All you need to do is give it to us, and we'll let you live.
and it moves on from its turn. All right, Morwen, it's your turn.
All right. Morwen has had a bad day. And now just seeing everything that's going on, she's tired, she's exhausted. She just screams just in fury and just runs right at this thing. And she's going to unleash 2 of her attacks on it.
Hell yeah. Shishlisa. Give it to him.
Slice. Roll, please.
Roll,
There we go.
please. I was like, there we go. VTT, we need no more of this. Okay, 22 for 10 points of slashing damage. That hits.
All right, then second attack on that. I'm gonna use the D8 from my sister.
Yep, use that D8. Roll high.
Gonna try. No, roll. Just one D8.
Just, no. You want a second D8?
17?
17, that'll be a hit.
Yeah.
Bless, 12
Okay,
points of slashing damage. Okay. 22.
And then, we're gonna action surge and we're gonna attack this guy 2 more times.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Because I want him dead.
Okay, 22 points.
Ooh, that's a
13.
miss.
No, yeah, 13 is a miss. Yep.
Come on, come on.
Okay, 24. That's a hit.
Yeah.
13 points of slashing damage. All right. Still standing, but the shadowy form is looking bloodied, at least.
Yeah. And after that, she's actually going to move just right there, just kind of being between it and Carasilla.
Okay. Alrighty.
And that will be it.
Sounds good to me. So, with that, we go ahead and come to another fun sheen here. Oh, this is the one that is right in front of Desmond. Yep. Okay. 5, 10. Desmond, that's going to be another 2 attacks against you. Okay. All right. So 7. That is a 17 and a. That's cocked. And a 4 for 11. So 17 and 11. So 11 misses, 17 hits. Bring it on. Okay, so that's going to be
What's the damage?
5 points of slashing damage and 8 points of necrotic.
Wahoo. Hey, my sheet's not letting me subtract any HP. That means that I'm still alive, right?
Oh, the item didn't ring up. Must be free.
Must
Okay,
be
there we go.
free.
No, if the teacher doesn't come in 15 minutes.
Legally, we can leave.
Okay.
I think, does this, this will probably remove Maggie as well if I'm unconscious, I
Yep,
assume.
dropping concentration, yeah. Or, well, okay, yeah, because she is like the bond, so, yeah.
I don't think it's a concentration spell, but I do
It's-
think that with me being unconscious,
That would do it, yeah.
I don't know.
No, I mean, that makes sense, yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so then with that, we go to the Banshin, who is right here. Seeing the situation over there is handled, seeing Desmond's form just drop onto the ground, unconscious. This one's gonna unleash 2 attacks at you, Morwen, and you can see that it doesn't even, like, you made those 2 slashes into it, but its smile is on its face, and it just looks like it's having fun. There's no stakes here for it. You get the sense that it feels like it's already won. So it's going to be 2 attacks.
Bring it.
An 11 and a 14. Both those are misses, right?
Those are both misses, and on the first miss, I'm going to use one of my battle maneuvers. I'm going to riposte him, so I will attack using my reaction.
Nice.
So I'm just going to roll a normal attack, but if it hits, I also add a D8 to it.
Sick.
Damn it! That was so close.
Oh,
to a
yeah,
14.
Oh, damn. Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, we're shot. But yeah, I missed both its attacks.
Okay, so it misses both, and you try and riposte, and you can see that its mouth sort of flashes in a grimace for a moment as it quickly deflects. The pot is out of the way before they're able to make contact into its slithery maggot-like skin. All right. Cool. From there, we move on to Bianca.
All right. Okay. So seeing Desmond drop, she's going to bonus action shift into her her bloodhound, what is that called? Hellhound form, and she's going to run straight over her. And now I have a question.
Yeah.
Can she, in her Hellhound form, be big enough to either stand over Desmond or swap his spot with those without him taking any?
Well, attacks of opportunity have to be voluntary movement. So if you move Desmond, they couldn't attack him because that's not.
I would like, yeah, I'd like to basically swap our spots.
Okay, how much movement do you have left?
That was like about 45 or 50 to get over there, and I had 60. Why did I put myself up there, and now I can't get myself back? Why?
There you go.
Okay.
Oh.
So I had. Oh my God. Okay, Joe, you just do it. I'm done.
There you go.
Here,
Yeah.
I can just move myself.
There you
That
go.
also would
Okay,
work.
so I'll
Okay,
say the
okay.
rest of your movement is just you pulling his body and then stepping there.
Okay.
You had 15
That
feet.
sounds
Yeah,
good.
that'd work.
Then to administer a healing potion is an action, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I will administer a greater healing potion to Desmond. So that's just my... So I haven't used a bonus action yet, correct?
You have not used a bonus action, no.
Okay, so after the greater healing potion, so now we're down to 1 greater healing potion for the party.
So that's 8d4 plus 8, right?
You know, I didn't write it down. I believe so.
I
that
think.
sounds
Well, I think they're in
correct.
your inventory. Yeah, they're in your inventory.
Oh, I wrote. Oh. Let me look
Oh,
it
a
up.
greater. Greater is 44 plus 4. Sorry.
4d4 plus 4. Okay, Desmond, feel free, or Cameron, feel free to roll that. And then I'm going to bonus action shoot the one that's that one. Hold on, I can't ping. How do you ping again?
Hold left click.
Hold left click. Didn't work.
Is shifting into your Hellhound not a bonus action?
Oh, it was. Thank you.
Ah.
All right, that is my turn. I was like, did I use the bonus action? Okay.
That's a good. Yep. Good catch. Good
That
catch.
is my turn then. I have used everything and I'm just gonna try and take hits.
Okay. All right. So
That's
Desmond,
what I do.
you recover 13 hit points. And then we move to Keo. What's Keo doing?
Help. Help.
Well, so she has this like life transference thing that we used last time where she hurts herself and then the target gains twice as much. I know things can't get much worse, but I feel like we should hold on to that one.
Yeah, I think they can get worse,
I
actually.
think they can.
Yeah. So
Especially when
maybe,
they're
like-
ganging up on one person.
Can she just get closer and then healing word Desmond at least? Just so she's nearby. Something.
yeah, I'm also wondering she could use the 2nd level spell Aid, which would retard, and it's not concentration, which is really nice. But she can pick 3 targets within 30 feet of her, and then their hit point maximum and current hit points goes up by 5 for the next 8 hours. So
wow.
she should be doing this at the beginning of days, just in general, come to think of it. But, oh well, too late for that.
You live and you learn.
So, yeah. But I feel like that might be a good thing, and then save, like, the big boy healing for next time someone goes down.
Okay.
Because life transference can heal up to 64 points at once, so I feel like it's not a thing you'd waste.
Yeah.
But, so how's that sound? Does she put aid on 3 people?
That sounds good.
That works.
Cool. I'm gonna assume Bianca, Desmond, Ashima would be the good ones to do it on. And she can
Yeah, just got to move
Get
there.
like right there.
Yeah, she's got to be within
Yeah.
30 feet.
Right. So if she's 30 feet, gets her there. And then so I'll go ahead and and then yep. So now she's in 30 of Ashima and less than that of the other two. Cool.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and take the spell slot for that, and yep. So Ashima, Bianca, and Desmond, your current hit points and your hit point maximum for the rest of the day basically goes up by 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
She, no, can't bonus action a spell. Right. Okay. So that's that. Yep. That is that. Cool. Save that, balm of peace for later, too. Okay, I guess that's her thing, then.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So we go from Kyo then to Sunny, the Knight of Flowers here.
I'm here, Sunny. How fast
Yeah.
are you?
Sunny is not very fast. Sunny is a bunch of plants and a suit of armor. So Sunny is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20. Action to dash. 25, 30, 35, 40. And they are going to get right there. And Sunny is going to... So, this is just the stats for a knight. So a knight has a heavy crossbow. Sunny doesn't. But instead what Sunny's going to do is they're going to kind of like jam their greatsword into the ground, and you can kind of see them begin to fiddle with their like gauntlet, their bracer a little bit. And as they pull it off, they just kind of reach their hand up, and you can see this giant spiked thorn just shoot out of its arm. We're just going to say that that's a heavy crossbow. Checks out to me. So the one that is right in front of Bianca here is going to go ahead and get, let's see, multi-attack. They've got 2 crossbow attacks, so they're going to make 1. Bonus action. Oh, wait, they use their action to dash. Never mind. Sorry. Whoops. No one's gonna stop me, huh?
That's okay. I almost did 2 bonus actions, so.
Okay.
I didn't think of it.
That's all right. Okay.
I was wrapped up in the flavor text.
Yeah, me too.
I know.
That was pretty good.
I was excited, but okay. So they raise up their needle, and they're like, "Well, never mind. Actually, I don't have anything to propel the needle with, other than plants. So I'm gonna put my gauntlet back on and grab my greatsword." Okay.
Aww.
So then, Ashima, we come to you. Ashima, what are you doing?
All right. So we're gonna go step of the wind, 55 feet of movement here. Naruto run.
Oh, love that. Love that.
And we're gonna take 2 quarterstaff attacks on the guy who is adjacent to Bianca.
Oh yeah, get that extra D6 on the attack rolls there. So just go ahead and roll your attacks, and we'll just, if they hit or not, I will inform you as to the such. Okay, both those hit. No need for an extra D6.
Nice.
Good stuff. All right, so 11 points of bludgeoning damage, and then 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah,
Okay.
just smacking him with both ends as I Naruto run up. And that is my turn, because I used my bonus action.
Yep, that's right, to Step of the Wind. Okay. Alrighty. So then next we have Desmond. Desmond, you had just dropped onto the ground, unconscious. Bianca jams that health potion in your mouth. You can feel those cooling liquids just hit your throat and cause this like charge of energy, as if you were just stabbed with like adrenaline in the heart as you gasp for air. And then you can feel these calming, soothing words from Keothi just begin to soothe you a little bit, as you can hear her speaking out in Giant, and some of the wounds around your arms close and your constitution is bolstered. You're still very afraid, but you have a little bit more confidence knowing that your friends are here with you.
Okay, so I'm getting up takes half of my movement,
Half
or
your movement
do I
speed.
technically? Okay.
Half your movement speed.
Okay, so I am going to spend half my movement speed to stand up, and then I'm gonna step right. Oh, I'm not selected.
There we go.
Right here, and I will kind of stumbling to my feet and swaying a little bit. I'll lock onto these two guys right in front of me. My eyes kind of go wide, and you can see this kind of like pulsing energy in my chest of this kind of reaching up through my throat, and I'm going to use my breath weapon on these two.
Nice.
And pull it up. I don't think I'm at the level yet in which the damage has increased for.
I think it's level 6 for a Dragonborn. Yeah. I think so. I think that's what Milo is.
Breath weapon. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice, another 4.
And that's deck saves on their end. DC like 12. So. I don't think it's very high.
DC 11 plus D11. Okay.
Oh, is it plus your con?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well. Breath attack. No, DC 12. So it's DC. Yeah, it says that it's 12 dexterity saving throw here, so that I don't know why it's.
Okay.
So at 6th level it goes up to 3d6. Okay, so DC 12. So the first one fails, second one succeeds. So the one right in front of you, he will take the full 4 points of lightning.
Oh, I missed.
Whoops.
And then the one right behind him will go ahead and take half damage. So 2 points of lightning damage. Lightning crackles out, but you can see once again those cloaks just sort of fly up, absorbing the brunt of the damage, seemingly from magical effects. They help shield them quite a bit. It's not any added effect, it's just sort of how they avoid that magical damage when they do succeed. Okay.
And then I'm going to bonus action disengage and do what is half of 35 in D&D talk for movement? You want me to have
we'll say
15 or 20?
We'll say 15. Yeah, we'll just say 15. Well, didn't you have to use half your movement speed to stand?
Get up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so but then
I
you moved
have
over 5 feet.
Oh yes. Okay. So do I have 15 total, or
we'll say 15 total? Yeah.
Okay. So.
Okay, so as you move away, it's going to take an attack of opportunity against you.
Disengaged.
Oh, that's right. You disengaged.
Disengaged, Joe.
Sorry. So much. It's happening. Got so caught up on the numbers, Mason. Forgot about the disengage. All right. Now, I believe you're all out of action economy.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then we
reaction to yell. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, I mean, they're feeling pretty good. So, this one right here, Bianca, just for fun, is going to take 2 slashes out of you.
Okay.
So that is a 22 and a 21.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So that is 6 points of slashing damage and 8 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
On the first one.
Damn it. Should have been one that's closer so I could hit him.
Second one is 8 points of slashing damage and 4 points of necrotic damage. So 12 total on the second one.
Okay. Ooh, wait, did I do that math right?
There's
I probably did.
12 and 16, I believe, was the first one. I didn't roll it. I didn't roll it in the
Okay.
chat, so I don't have the history.
Minus 12, minus 16. Oh, I did do it wrong, but it wasn't that much different, so.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, cool. Still bad. Let's go.
Okay, and then is going to phase through this one, so it's going to go 5, 10, and it's just going to stand right there. So, Bianca, you do get an attack of opportunity.
Yes! I'm gonna use my gun.
It's like, as it's like phasing through the other one, you just line up the shot. Bang. So we'll say...
Oh,
It's gonna be
fuck.
11. No, yeah, you bang, the bullet flies into the skull of that giant behind you, cracks into the bones, and you can see some of the bone shards fall onto the ground. All
You
right.
can have that bone, Desmond, but no other bone, okay?
Don't tell me what I can and can't have. It's only gonna make
Yeah,
me
I
want
think
it
we
more.
can at this point, so.
All
You're
right,
grounded.
You're
Cecily.
correct.
it is your turn. What you doing?
Yeah. Because of the height difference, can Cecily calculate the hypotenuse real quick to see if she yells for Desmond to duck, can she hit the two that are diagonally behind him without exterminating him with lightning bolt?
Oh.
I have whatever it's called to get half damage from
Resistant.
but
Yeah.
resistance, that's what it's called.
Yeah. But that's really playing some hardball if I do damage to you at all, you know?
Yeah.
I think the only reason... Desmond, make an acrobatics check for me, and this will determine if you dodge out of the way fast enough. Okay,
pretty
all
good.
right. Okay, my only concern was you didn't have any movement at the end of your turn left, so typically to
Can
drop
this be
prone-
my reaction?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. So your reaction is you hear Cecily, and in a moment of you sort of wash away the panic, you focus, and you duck onto the ground. And we'll say that it just detracts. You'll have to get up from prone at the beginning of your next turn, but you avoid all damage of this lightning bolt spell. Okay?
Okay.
Fair trade.
Sweet. Alright. So, little Pythagorean Cecily over here is gonna shoot a diagonal shot that will hit those two Bansheen, but not the third one that's up there.
Dex save. 14. Dex save.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, my DC is 14, so.
13. Okay.
Okay, so the one succeeded.
Yeah, the weaker one who's been hurt more failed.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And like I described last time, it's less like a magic-y bolt of lightning where you see it like zip around or whatever. It's just like a gunshot. So like for a quarter of a second, there's a very bright whitish blue light and a deafening loud noise that just shoots out, and then it's gone instantaneously.
Nice.
And it leaves steam and cinder and charred flesh in its wake.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And
I hope that the damage is as
that
badass as your
8d6
description.
Damage?
Okay. 26.
Solid.
Nothing to scoff at. Nothing to scoff at. Minus. So this first one takes 13 instead. Succeeded from the saving throw, but then this one will take 26. Okay. All right. That one is looking pretty rough. Pretty rough.
Because it's looking pretty rough, I'll go ahead and quicken spell my bonus action to try to hit it with a firebolt.
Okay.
And I may use a point of luck, because if I can get it down now, that would be
Yeah, because
really
I think that
advantageous.
its turn is coming up. I think it's the one after Carasilla, I believe.
Okay. And do you still want me to have the d20? I don't know why it rolled just damage. That's not what I want it to do at all. But do you still want me to have the that d6?
Yeah, you'll still get the d6. Yep, you still got the height advantage.
Okay. Okay.
A 13, you could still hit it with a 13. AC is 17.
Okay. Wow.
No, you
That ain't
can't
it.
have a d6.
Oh,
damn.
All right. Point of luck.
So we'll still add the 3 there. So you just got to roll higher than a 7. Got to roll an 8 or higher.
There it
Hey,
is.
yay. Okay, 20
There
does
we
hit.
go.
Okay, so then for 11 points of fire damage, it's looking really bad, but that 11 is just not enough. Yeah.
All right.
The bolt sort of slams into the back of this creature. You can see that its cloak and armor now sort of singeing with energy, and you can see that Bianca and Ashima being this close to it, the closer it gets to death, you can almost see, kind of like how when the Witch King in Return of the King got like stabbed in the face and how the metal started to twist and bend, you can see that on the armor, any places that have damage or cracks, that armor is just beginning to twist and sort of collapse in on itself as it continues to take more and more sustained damage.
Man.
All right.
All right, that'll be the end of my turn. Just would like everyone to know, though, that like the TikTok I posted of casters in a second fight, I am not feeling good. I have one more lightning bolt in me, and then it's Cantrip City. So,
Okay.
just flagging that up.
Yikes, Amundo.
Cantrip City. All right. Cool. Carasilla, it's your turn.
Okay. So I know it's scalable, but like, how like steep are we talking for this little cliff face here?
It's maybe 15, 20 feet down. So with a high enough athletics or acrobatics check, it's no additional movement. It is a little bit of a slope. So you could attempt to like slide down it if you wanted to. It's just a check at that point.
Okay. Because I think she'd be aware of like, you know, all the shit that's happening down there and doesn't like the fact that there's 3 of them. And she has enough faith in her sister to be able to handle herself. So she's gonna take that chance. So it's no additional movement.
Nope. Provided your athletics check or acrobatics check is successful.
Okay, well, let's try. She's just gonna want to slide down. She's not gonna try anything fancy because fuck that.
All right. Make the check.
Too exhausted at this point.
Let's see.
So I can choose either.
Yep, DC 13. I'll spell it out for you. Boom. All right. Okay, very cool.
Great.
So you slide down it,
Okay.
no problem. So now, Desmond, Ashima, Bianca, and Cecily, you can see this wood elf woman, this sort of auburn red hair, slide down the cliffside and begin to move closer towards the party.
Yeah, she just doesn't have a good expression on her face at the moment, and just with the one that's almost down, you know, very badly injured, she's just gonna hit off another Dissonant Whispers at it.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Whoo, god
DC
damn.
14.
DC 14, wisdom save. Bada bing, bada boom. That's going to be a 12. That's a failure.
If you get a
Okay,
pin, it's still up, it
15.
has that movement thing again.
No, it is not. But you can see, Carasilla, that as you sort of cast the Dissonant Whispers, and you can see that, like, musical psychic energy moving towards it as that energy just sort of begins to move around its form and figure and sort of creeping into the hood where the ears would be. You can see the metal continue to collapse and fold in on itself until almost like a dying star, it just folds and collapses until it is this infinitely small black dot. And then there is just this terrible screeching, cracking noise as there is this bolt of energy that flies towards you, Carasilla, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. So this is pretty much just Hellish Rebuke, but it's their death throw.
Okay. I can do dex saves. Maybe not.
Oh, no, okay. So you are going to take 3d10 necrotic damage.
Oh.
Oh my god.
So 7, 3, 13 points of necrotic damage. So yeah, it's pretty much just a second level Hellish Rebuke. So you all now know that anytime that one of these creatures die, whoever dealt the killing blow has to make a dex save and pretty much suffers a second level Hellish Rebuke. All right, but that one is dead.
Yeah.
Hell to the yeah.
And she will inspire. Actually, wait. She would have inspired Morwen before she came down. I feel like it makes more sense to be up there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
That is all.
Alrighty. So then after that, we come to another Ban Sheen. This one is the one right next to Ashima and Bianca. Yeah, what is it? What does it do here? What's the move? Okay, so it is going to... it's got that shadow right there. So it's going to go... You can see that while it's standing in shadow, it just sort of falls through. Bianca and Ashima, you would get an attack of opportunity.
I'ma shoot it.
Hell yeah!
And then it's going to appear over there.
him.
However, does Sentinel reduce movement speed to 0, or is that...
It does.
It does. Okay, all right. So as it begins to fall and move, you sort of see this opportunity present itself.
Oh.
15 to 20 hits, though. Okay. So 9 points of piercing damage as you fire through it, blast through the shoulder, knocking off a piece of the pauldron. And you can see that sort of... this disgusting skin underneath that almost looks to be wriggling and writhing as if there were hundreds of bugs underneath the skin in that area. But you shoot Ashima as you try and go for the kneecap, trying to prevent it and knock off its balance so it can't shadow step away. It's just too fast. As you just sort of swing through it, the quarterstaff completely making contact, going through the creature, but you can see that one part of its body just turn to this sort of shadowy echo as it just passes through. And it'll reappear over here. And 5, 10. And Desmond, it is going to... You know what? It's going to go down here for the flanking. Desmond, as you're sort of flanked between these two, it's going to raise up, make 2 attacks.
Is he still prone?
Yeah, I am.
Shit.
Shit. Okay. So they're with advantage. That's a 17.
God, how dare you remind him?
Ryan's such a
I do this to a
good
Pharaoh
player.
all the time.
Yeah.
I screw a Pharaoh over so much.
Yep. Okay, so that is a 17 plus 7 hit. Second attack with advantage. 15 plus 7, that's also a hit. Hate that Sully gif. I love it, but in this moment, I'm not a fan. Okay, so that's gonna be, let's see, 5 points of slashing damage and 3 points of necrotic damage on the first one. So what's that? 8? Yeah, 8 on the first one. Then damage on the second one. That'll be 10 points of slashing damage and 4 points of necrotic damage. Okay, all right. Used its action, and then you can see these 2 Bansheen just standing over you, looming these shadows as you are being like stabbed at on the ground. You feel that last gasp of air sort of leave as consciousness drops away from you, as you can just feel yourself floating in this void of nothingness, sort of this outer body experience, looking at your body just lying there. The 2 Bansheen looming over you, raising up both of their swords, getting ready to stab. All right, then we come to Morwen.
All right. She's gonna try and take out the one that's in front of her. So, first attack. We're gonna do the inspiration again.
Oh my God, to be a fighter. Oh
Right?
Lord. God, I don't think you've rolled above a 10 yet.
Yeah,
That's
I
enough.
made
That's
it.
enough. Yeah.
That's all I need.
Okay, 12 points of slashing damage. Okay, cool.
Oh, it's still up.
It's still up. Yeah, I
God,
got
this
it.
thing has so much HP.
Yeah.
All right. Second attack.
Come on, come
Come
on.
on. Yeah.
19,
All right.
another 12.
Please. I've done so much damage to this thing. He's still up.
I know what you've done. You're so close, Ryan.
Damn it.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's so close, but no. It's...
Damn it. All
You
right.
don't have any more gas.
Any more gas?
All gas, no brakes. Come on,
I-
Morwen.
I already did the action surge. I don't get another one till like level 15 or
Just
something.
Do another action surge, Morwen. God.
I want to headbutt as a bonus action.
I'll allow it. Roll an
No,
attack.
that's-
Make a strength
what?
check.
That's not a thing.
Make a strength check.
All right.
It'll only do 1 plus your strength modifier, but I'll allow it. In this moment, as you're just filled with rage, on the verge of exhaustion.
Please, like, be a 20.
22, what's your strength mod?
Plus 5, so 6 damage.
Oh, that's good. So you can see Morwen as you make 2 slashes into it, cutting both in, spreading out maggoty shadows that just sort of fall onto the ground. You can see those plates begin to fold in around itself as that toothy grin just begins to turn to this shock and awe frown as you raise back your head and slam into the forehead of this sort of noseless, eyeless creature. You can hear a crack, and there is this folding sound of metal. This screeching infinitely high as it falls in on itself, and then this beam of black energy shoots out at you as you have killed it, but I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Forgot about this.
You're right.
Sorry, dexterity
You're
saving.
And yeah, and let's just say you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage because you headbutt.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Oh,
Damn it. All right. Well, I'm not nimble.
11. That'll be 15 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. I've had worse.
Okay, I've had worse.
She tries to headbutt the blast.
So, as this thing goes down, Morwen's just like, oh, no one wins in a headbutt. And then she'll kind of shake it off, look down, see that there's still a lot going on. Her sister's down there. So she's just going to start running, and she will start making her way down the cliff.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check for me as you
Yes.
begin to try and descend down the cliffside. Okay, 13. That was the DC, so you make your way down.
Oh, thank God.
Yep.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, so with the mobile feet, I can actually move 40 feet,
Hell yeah.
but I'm just going to move 35, and I'm going to go right there
Oh, okay. Okay.
with
okay.
my patas pointed right at this thing, just
Okay.
breathing heavily, and that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty. Sounds good. So, you can see... Oh, wait a minute. What happened here?
It's my turn.
It is... Okay,
That's what
yeah. Okay.
happened.
Okay, yeah. It's Bianca's turn. Okay. Sorry. For some reason, it had a different character highlighted on my screen. That was weird. Okay. All right. So, Bianca, it is your turn.
Woo! Okay. I'm basically going to just do 3 attacks on this bitch. Hopefully he dies. Well, okay, wait. Maybe I think I'm gonna do my Crimson Right and then do 2 attacks.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
what I'll do.
Nice,
think
nice,
that
nice,
might-
nice.
Go better. Because then Keothi can do all her healing stuff. Yeah. So I'll do my little d6 of my own damage. And then I'll roll my 2 attacks.
Okay. So you
Yay!
take 2
That's
points
so good.
of slashing damage.
Woo! Okay. And then, where is my new sword? There it is. There's my new sword. Normal.
Oof.
Normal. Are they bad?
Hey!
Hey! Oh, yeah!
Yay!
Okay, the 8 is a miss, but the natural 20 is a hit for a whopping 17. That's not including the Crimson Right, so go ahead and roll a d6, and then we'll add 6 to it for the
Oh, wait,
lightning
add
damage.
6? Okay, here roll.
Yeah, because it doubles all the dice. Okay, for an extra
Gotcha.
11 points of damage. Woo! All right. So you just sort of slash into it, cutting. You can see the first one, it's able to throw that long sword up and block. moving the blade off to the side, but you can see that it's parried and moved the blade off to the side. It's left its chest completely open, so you sort of whirl the blade around and make this overarching slash into its chest, cutting through the metal, sending out this very thick, viscous black blood onto the ground as it sort of sizzles, and any of the plant life that's there, it just turns to this deep, deep brown color as it meets the blood of the Bansheen. Okay.
All right.
Third attack.
Oh, wait, no, I used a bonus action. Yeah.
Oh, that's right, for the Crimson Right, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so then we go to Keo. It do be
Right.
Keothi's turn.
Heal him.
Life transference on Desmond. Any other plans?
I
That's
like
mine.
it.
I like it as well.
I think
Alrighty.
that's good. Keo's not in any, danger, really, so
Yeah,
let's go.
she can take it. Alright. So that used a slot. Okay, so she takes 14. Desmond gains 28.
Nice.
Alright, so that brings her down to 20.
Pretty good.
Ooh.
And then I assume she would yell for Desmond to get out of there or something, and then do a stand somewhere. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, she'll just kind of stand over there looking onto Desmond, transferring the life. You can see Cecily being the only one really able to see her and paying full attention. The skin around her cheeks and eyes grows more gaunt as you can see some of the light leaving her body. And then this almost like colored breeze of wind, these deep greens and blues swirling from her form, sort of enraptures Desmond. And you can see him gasp with air as she yells out, "Desmond, get out of there!" And we move on to Sunny. Okay. So from
Sunny's
there...
gonna hug Desmond. Let's do it.
Yeah, so what he'll do is he'll go ahead and do what he was doing on the horses, and he'll kind of stand over Desmond. And he'll just pretty much add Desmond's AC now becomes 18, as he is just spending his entire turn trying to block any of the blows that are going to come towards him. Okay. Alrighty, Ashima, it's your turn.
All right. So, sorry, looking around. My screen is optimized weird, so I have to shut down the initiative order so I can actually see anything. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna flurry of blows on this Banshee here in front of me. But first, I'm gonna take my 2 quarterstaff attacks.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no, the 18 is a hit for 11 points of bludgeoning damage, and then 13 is not.
Then what I'm gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna flurry of blows. So one unarmed strike coming in, and then 1 hand of healing to Bianca.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah,
Nice.
a punch his way, and then a gentle tap to Bianca. So that I can. Oh no!
Oh, oh God.
You alive?
Yeah, Cat knocked over the microphone.
Catherine.
Yeah. Anyways.
Love it.
4 HP, Bianca. Take it.
I will. Happily.
All right. Anything else, Ashima?
Nope, that's my turn.
Alrighty, Desmond, it's your turn. You can feel as you are coming back to consciousness, the Knight of the Flowers, Sunny, just kind of standing over top of you, his greatsword out, and just trying to block any attacks that may come his way.
I'm
If
also
I-
there.
Yeah, more when this sort of just a brutish, wide, but still like graceful in their movement, holding these two gauntlet swords, also standing near you.
Desmond's gonna wake up and just kind of rub his eyes. Hey, who the fuck are you? And then
Let's
he's
talk more
gonna
fight.
Make his way up. If I get out of the exact space that Sunny is in, do I lose the thing or can I move one?
No, if you get out of the space, you lose the effect. Yeah, he's not mobile. He's kind of just like a tank at that point.
Yeah. How is both of the ones behind me, or the two who are left? How are they? Which one looks worse?
This one definitely. This one above you has definitely more scrapes and bruises and pieces of armor knocked off. This one down here, it barely has been touched.
I'm gonna kind of clambering to my feet. I'm gonna like grab onto kind of the armor of the Banshee while I'm getting up, and just reaching down with a twirl. I'm just gonna thrust my dagger up, trying towards its jugular area.
Okay.
For an attack.
All right, go ahead and roll for an attack.
No item is known with that ID on actor. Oh, okay. That's fine. Doesn't think I have a dagger. Oh wait, no, there it is. Okay.
Okay. Okay. 6 points of piercing damage, and you'll get.
And then it gets sneak.
Sneak attack. Yep. Roll that 2d6.
Oh, it's not letting me do. My little macros just aren't working, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
What is it with me rolling a 3 and a 1 every time I roll? 6.
4. Okay, it is still standing. You moving at all, or are you staying there?
I don't know what's better, to get the protection or to try to get away. I'll bonus action hide. I'm just kidding.
Hide inside Sunny in the armor.
Let me see. If I used 15 or used 20 movement, I guess, to get up. 10. 15. If I got underneath the mouth of the skull, would it give me like half or quarter cover at all?
I mean, it's so embedded you'd have to go prone anyway. So you'd give you quarter cover, so you'd get +2 to your AC, but they'd have advantage on any attack, so.
Okay, so I'll just stay put then.
Just stay? Okay. Alrighty. So then what's going to happen is we're going to come from Desmond to Banshee, who you actually just hit. And, yeah, he's going to go ahead and make 2 longsword attacks against you. And then let me double check something here real quick. Okay, did you stand up at all, or are you still prone?
Yeah, I stood up.
Okay. So you can see that as you stand, as opposed to making the 2 quick slashes that it has been, it just sort of, as you went to go stab up into his throat, you stab up into its throat. And it just, as your dagger is embedded into the jaw, you can see that smile just curl across its face as it just cocks its head and grabs onto your throat, and you can see it just open its like toothy maw at you and just screech. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Not why.
As you are just filled with fear.
That was a pretty good roll, though. Was a 17 the DC?
Yep. Minus that -1, man. So you can see that as it grabs onto you, you are just filled to the brim with fear as you just begin to shake, and you can't think of anything else other than this creature, this monstrous, fiendish, undead thing in front of you, and you are just paralyzed with fear. So let me go ahead. You are currently afraid. Okay. So with that,
That means. Wait, is that like, do I have to spend my time getting away from it, or I just can't get near it?
you just can't get nearer to it. However, this fear, in addition to the effects that it has as a normal fear, you can't move. You're not paralyzed, the status effect,
Okay.
but your movement speed is reduced to 0. As you just can't move away from it, can't get closer to it, you're just stuck there. So, since you are afraid of it, and all of the Bansheen, just the Bansheen in general, anytime now they're going to have advantage on those attacks, but it only gets 1 attack this round because of the effect. And then that just lasts for 24 hours.
Ooh.
And this isn't an effect that's tied to the creature, it's just tied to the Bansheen in general. So if you encounter any more of them, even after this one's dead, for the next 24 hours, that effect persists. Okay, so
I think it's going to last for a little longer than 24 hours.
So that's going to be a 24, and then the 2d8. That's going to be 12 points of slashing damage, and 8 points of necrotic.
Jesus.
That's 20 points of... Yeah, that was like almost 2 8s. There's a 6 and an 8 on the die. Okay, so yeah, 8. Yeah, but luckily it doesn't get the second attack since it used the Terrifying Gaze. And you can see as it sort of like has you by the throat, and then just like, instead of making a jab down into the jugular, it's experiencing so much pain itself right now that you can see that instead of going for the immediate kill, it just sort of like takes the blade and right into the scales of your neck, it just slowly begins to cut. That eyeless gaze staring into you as you are just petrified in fear. You can feel the blood just begin to clog and thicken in that area as those slimy, black, thick, viscous blood just kind of moves down your throat like gelatin after the blade has cut it. And then there's this one quick final pull at the end. As it lets go of your throat, the dagger falls out, and that is the end of its turn. Cecily, what are you doing?
Well, in the interest of Sunny's well-being, I will avoid using Lightning Bolt, because, dear God, I will instead use Twin Cast Firebolt. It's a more sustainable thing to do anyway. I will start with the top one. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean.
I gotcha.
And may use luck. I have 1 more point of luck.
Okay. Yep, you're gonna... Well, you can roll the d6. If you roll a 6, that'll hit.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, that was mean.
Yeah, damn.
That was mean. Alright, well, that one needs to be dead, so I will go ahead and use the point of luck there.
Okay, use the point of luck. Just gotta roll a... What is that? Gotta roll a 6 or higher.
Oh my God.
The twin...
Alright.
Yep. Twin cast.
There goes the last...
The
right,
2 bolts
then...
of fire. No, Mark! Oh.
Alright. The bottom one doesn't... Okay, well...
You still get the d6, because it's still the height advantage. Then you just gotta roll a 3. There you go. Alright, bottom one, 5 points, or that's 11 points of fire damage. Very cool.
Very cool. Alright. I can no longer cast Lightning Bolt. And I'm out of bonus action stuff, basically.
Oh.
So, alright. That's the end of my turn, then.
Okay, alrighty, Caracilla.
I'm staying up here.
Okay, well... I mean, the top one should be covered by the other ones, so... just once more at the one that's at the bottom, next to where Morwen is. Just another Dissonant Whispers.
Crowd favorite.
Second now, 'cause, yeah, well...
It's a good one for this situation, yeah.
It is, yeah, because it's just like trying to get it away from it. So.
Okay, DC 14 Wisdom save. Okay. +5. Okay, yep, that is exactly a 14. So that's going to be a success. Yeah. Yep,
And
9
also
plus
takes
5.
half damage then as well.
Okay, so it'll take half damage, so 7 points of psychic damage. Still, every point counts.
Yes.
Okay.
And she has no more bonus actions, so she's just gonna stand there.
Alrighty. So then, Desmond, we come to you now. Sunny trying his best.
What?
Or sorry, we come to the Bonsheen's turn. Sorry, because the creature's going to attack you. That's what my. That's what.
I gotcha. Okay.
We come to the Bonsheen. Desmond, you can see Sunny is trying to stand over you, sort of flanking you, trying his best to deflect or block any attacks, along with your own natural dexterity. But we shall see if it will help. So, because you are afraid, frightened, it's still going to have advantage on those attacks. That's a 3 + 7, 10 at first. Cocked. That's a natural 1. Okay, first one misses as it slashes near you. Sunny throws up the blade, deflecting the creature. And then the second attack, that's a natural 1 again, and a 16. So 16.
Yeah. 16 total, or?
No, not 6. That was 16 to hit.
Okay.
Or, no, sorry, natural 16. Natural 16, which is like a 24. So that will be 8 points of slashing, and then 4 points of necrotic.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay, so just up, down, again and again and again. Luckily, Sunny is still standing over your body, attempting to block. And we come to Morwen.
I have a question
Yeah.
that has come to my brain a few times, and I don't know why I'm bringing it up, but are we still doing the when you get back up, you get a point of exhaustion thing?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
So that would be what, 3 points
I
of
shouldn't have
exhaustion?
brought it up. Ew, I've come back twice.
Cameron, do you hate yourself?
No.
What have
It's
you
been on my
done?
brain, and I won't
Jeez.
ask if I forget.
Jeez, who are you, Ryan? God.
Yeah, right? That asshole.
So yeah, that's 2 points of exhaustion now, and when you get up, it'll be a third one. Okay.
All right, well,
Sorry to myself.
launching 2 attacks down at this guy.
All right.
Let's
come on.
go. It
Bring
ain't
it.
broke.
Bring it. Do it. Kill it. 18, that'll hit. 11 points of slashing
Alright.
damage.
All right, second hit. Damn it.
It's going to be a miss, yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Man, you're-
fine.
You're really good at rolling 11 points of slashing damage.
Yeah, I've noticed that. It's kind of creepy how often that's been happening.
Yeah. Alrighty.
But hey, I'll take it.
Anything else, Morwen?
Nah, that's it.
Okay.
She's just trying to draw this thing's attention because they're obviously after the Dragonborn, so she's hoping that they don't just kill him.
Okay. All right. Bianca, it's your turn.
All right. 3 attacks on the one in front of her, and if it dies, then the rest of the attacks on the other one.
Okay. All right. AC 17, come on.
Please. Please. Die. Please die.
Miss. Miss.
Okay.
A good old gun.
Okay, 21. That's a hit, but 11
Yeah.
points. That's not enough. Oh, roll. Oh, but your fucking thing, the Crimson Right.
Oh, yeah.
Your
yeah,
D6,
yeah.
yeah.
Wah.
God damn it.
Bianca.
Every point, right?
Can I headbutt? Can Bianca copy and like shove her horns into him?
What's your strength modifier?
Not existent. I don't have one.
All right.
I'm a dexterity fighter.
Make a strength check. I allowed it with Morwen. You're in werewolf form. Fuck it. Roll it.
Oh, can I? Yeah.
Make a
okay,
strength
good.
check. Make a strength check. +0. So you got to roll 17 or higher.
Ability check. Come on.
Nope.
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, no, you try and go for it, but although you're fast, the creature is just faster. As you sort of slash into it twice, it parries both. You make one cut across the arm, and then you try and go in for that headbutt in this fiendish hellhound form, but it just sort of sidesteps out of the way as the head comes crashing down towards it, and you just sort of recoil from it.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is fine.
Alrighty.
I mean, it's not, but that's all I got.
All right, we come to Keo.
Get here and cure wounds, Desmond.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Desmond, you're going to be at 3 points of exhaustion.
Do we want it to be... She has 1 first level, 1 second level, and 1 third level slot left. Which one do we want to use?
I would say second or third, but I don't know what other... What are her other third level spells that are prepared? Like, is there anything else we could do?
Well, she would have access to life transference again, mass healing word, and revivify.
Okay, then
So-
don't use a third level spell for revivify then. I don't know how many spell slots she has for third level though.
1 left.
Yeah, then not the
left
third level one. Let's try second level cure wounds and keep revivify. Just
Cool.
in case, you know. You never know.
Okay, 17. So, like I said, Desmond, you currently have disadvantage on all ability checks. Your speed is halved, and disadvantage on all attack rolls and saving throws. Yes.
Nice.
Shit.
Okay. You gain 17 HP. You are back to consciousness, but you are feeling not great. On a scale from...
Did I gained 17? Is that
17.
What we said?
Yep, 17. Okay.
Should probably be it for Q.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you want Sunny to continue to block or make an attack?
Continue to block,
Okay.
right? Right, everyone?
Probably.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
I would say, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Desmond, AC's 18. Alrighty. So with that, we come to Ashima.
Okay, ba, 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 ba. Yep, another flurry of blows on this Banshee here. So... Bam! Bam! Bam!
Oh, thank God.
Ignore that last quarter staff strike.
Okay. All right. So with that, that is enough to do it in. And Ashima, you can see that as the metal begins to fold and screech in on itself, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Insert... There.
Yeah.
You know, I'm supposed to be good at these.
20. Ooh, that's going to be 20 points of necrotic damage to you.
Okay.
There's an 8 and a 2 and a 10. Okay. Alrighty. So, Ashima, that is the end of your turn, unless you wanted to move at all.
You know what? I already used key point. I have a little extra. I'm gonna do another D6 into is Desmond on top of the Knight of the Flower on my screen? He is.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's like right, because the Knight of the Flower is just trying to block any of the blows that may come in.
Okay, I'm gonna I can replace one of them. I only use one unarmed strike, so I'm gonna put one of them into another Hand of Healing. This one's for Desmond.
Okay.
What is it with you and
Oh my
rolling
God.
ones? For your
I don't think I've ever rolled higher than a 4.
Oh.
God.
Yeah, well, no, I can't bump it up because I already used Flurry of Blows, so never mind. That's all I can do.
Okay. Alrighty. Desmond, we come to you. Once again, back up in it, but you are just beginning to feel that pain and strife.
Mm-hmm. Can I attack while I'm afraid of it?
Yeah, the attack is with disadvantage and
Disadvantage.
yeah. So, but
Oh.
yeah, disadvantage doesn't stack though, so you don't have like
Wait.
double disadvantage.
Okay, then I'll just make a dagger attack very simply. Where is my dagger? Sorry. Oh, my God.
Wow, 15. That's a miss.
You hate to see it happen.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Desmond?
I cry.
All right. Cecily.
Alright, got a couple points left here. I will quicken spell Firebolt, which costs more points than twinning it, but that's what I gotta do because it's one target. And I'm out of luck, so whatever this is, it is.
Okay.
So here's the first one.
It's a miss.
Okay.
What happened to Tides of Chaos?
We haven't used it in 20 sessions. That's what happened. I'm scared of what happens if I open Pandora's box, but you know.
Valid.
Okay, we hit on the
21.
second one.
7 points of damage. Okay. All right.
But that's all I got.
Yep.
And she's staying on the sword.
Okay, yeah. Bolt of fire slams down next to the bones that's behind it. The second one is able to sort of curve around, slamming into the shoulder, dousing some of the cloak in flame. With that, we come to Carasilla.
Good luck.
Well, I mean,
Dissonant Whispers?
yeah.
If it ain't broke. Just this
it's a
whole
third
fight
level.
just
Ugly. Stupid. Weak.
A little bit.
Okay.
Foolish.
14. Plus 5.
Come on.
23, yeah. 18 plus 5.
Fuck.
Ooh,
So,
damn.
yeah. The damage, it still does half damage, but it's not moving.
This is true. This is true.
Okay.
How's it looking, by the way?
It's looking pretty rough. You can see a lot of the bits and strips of armor have been just completely stripped off and removed. Okay.
But again, that is all she can do.
All right. Then we come to the Bansheen's turn. So with that, the Bansheen, Desmond, did you stand up? Well, never mind. You're afraid anyway, so it has advantage regardless. Okay. All right, Desmond. You ready?
Let's do it.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What is it?
Nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
I want to take a photo because I threw down 2 dice. One's an 11, the other one's a natural 20. Well, now it doesn't matter because. Okay.
I mean,
all
we
right.
believe you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
we
just.
believe you.
Yeah, I don't. We're not in court, man. You can
Okay.
just.
So that's.
You could even lie. You have a screen.
Desmond, that is a
Oh, we can
flat
do that now.
20 points of damage before the dice. And then I think after the dice, you're. That's 12.
I have
So
21 hit points
so that's
anyway, so
that's 32. Yep. Okay. All right. And then second attack.
and then
so
I'm gonna auto fail.
yep. Auto fail 2 as it just sort of. It's still
Wait, can Sunny block though?
Sunny can block. Yeah. So it's AC is still 18, but advantage because Desmond's prone, and that's a 19 plus 7. So you can see Desmond as it whirls around the blade, and now with a downward thrust into the ground, just all of you can see that cutting into the back of Desmond and sort of slashing and lacerating Desmond's back as you can just see the blood begin to pour out as Desmond, you fail 2 death saving throws. And the Bansheen, you can see that he begins to sort of kneel down on the ground and begins to pat around on Desmond's armor, on his person, looking for something. No longer worried about
where are-
any of you.
Don't you ignore me, you bitch.
Where are death saves on these sheets? I've never had to roll one, I don't think.
It's right next to your hit dice, right below your hit points.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I see.
So yeah, there's a check
Check
mark
the
in
next thing.
the X, yeah. So it's 2 failed. Okay. Alrighty. So then more when we come to you.
All right, and how bad does this guy look?
Pretty bad. Yeah, I mean,
All right.
he's
Come
been the
on.
one who's been attacked the least so far, but still not great. Cecily's been kind of chipping away at him.
Right. Okay. All right. 2 Pata attacks. Come on.
All right, come on.
Come on.
17. Let's go. You're good at this.
Theoretically.
Fucking, I'm sorry. Oh, 17. Okay, yeah, 9 points of slashing damage.
Oh, come on. One more. Come on.
Oh!
Yes!
Yeah! Yeah! All
That's how
right.
it's done.
Woo! That's good
Let's
because
fucking go!
an unnatural 20 wouldn't have been enough. Even max damage wouldn't have been enough to kill it. But with a natural 20, Morwin, how do you want to do this?
Can I please? Okay, Joe, I know I sent you a message saying I had a plan, but I
Yeah.
have another one that I'm going to do. So basically,
Okay.
with like the first hit, she like slashes up, kind of like bringing him to his feet. And then like after he kind of holds up his blade, she blocks him with 1. And then just like looking at him, she just goes in the name of the light bearer, and then she basically does an uppercut, just sending the blade right through his head. Fuck off! And then she just rips it out.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so as you do, not expending a use in the gauntlet, but you can see as you thrust up, the gauntlet begins to grow this bright white color as the blade begins to grow white hot as it's thrust up into the jaw and pierces throughout the top of the head. And you can still see the Bansheen just sort of snapping and gnarling, just trying to shout out different curses of the Dark One towards you, promising death and destruction to everything you've ever cared about as the blade grows white hot. And then there is just this harmonic tone, this just beautiful chorus of music that douses the air around you as that creature, you can see it begins to fold in on itself as it begins to die. But with that absorbing, the blade causing that cascade of light around you to explode, you can see that any of the dark energy that was headed towards you is dispelled by the light that you conjured. As you withdraw the blade from nothing, the dark energy around you has dissipated, and there is no hellish rebuke that slams into you. You can see that Morwin, currently the blade's still glowing, it begins to fade. I'm assuming Kyo still has she still has spell slots, right?
Yeah.
For Cure Wounds. Okay, easy enough. She can reach down, cast it at Desmond, get him up before he has to make the next saving throw. There's no more threat of combat.
Okay.
Right as combat's over, Bianca will drop her fiend form because
Okay.
there's new people.
Okay, so yeah, you drop the fiend form. Desmond, you awake, catching your breath at a 4th point of exhaustion. Your hit point maximum is halved. Okay. All right. So
We have to
Desmond.
get into another round of combat.
So Desmond, hit point maximum halved. Morwin and Carasilla, the two of you, as you can finally catch your breath, you look towards the people in front of you. Desmond, who is just barely clinging on to life, the odd collection of people in front of you, and you have a moment of recognition shared between you two and Kyo, now finally having a good moment to look at you. She cocks her head. And after casting the spell at Desmond, as there's now just this sort of standoff between you two and the 6 in front of you. And that's where we're going to go ahead and take a break. Give you guys a moment to catch your breath, go get some water, go get some snacks, and then we will be right back after a 5-minute break. And what I'm going to do right now...
Me.
Yeah, welcome, Carasilla and Mormon. Hope you had a good time
What
so
an
far.
entrance.
Yeah, what an entrance. Okay.
Let it be known that we took down 3, you guys only took down 1, so just putting it out there.
Wonder Twin powers.
Hey, it's not my fault. Literally, all 4 of them were only aiming at me.
You had a rough fight.
You just wait till I whisper insults in your ear and your brain explodes.
Okay, alrighty. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go to break. I got the 5-minute timer right here. I'm going to start it, and I will send all of you a message as soon as we are ready to come back. All right? Okay. Woo! All right. Break screen.
Water time.
If that went in one more round, I would have died.
Jesus.
Friendo, I've been back here the whole time, didn't see
That was
shit.
fun.
Shrugs.
I'm sure it's fine. It's probably.
Grok pulls out his revolver and shoots in the sky.
Well, you know what? I think you might have scared him off anyway, so good call on that.
Fucking, that'll show him.
Please don't.
Cheeky fucking.
Yeah, let me so, no, you gotta put it on your throat. You
Yeah.
put the mic on your throat. I'm sure that was terrible.
Yeah, I think
I'm so sorry if you're wearing headphones. I hope we lost viewers. Can we? Can I like, pull up the screen on here?
He indicates with his eyes that it just be.
It's like droids on Star Wars. You just get one grunt, but it's like you interpret it as like an entire sentence.
Yeah, you said it, Chewie.
Oh my god.
Fuck. Well. Yeah, Cecily's smacking on some eggs. That's what's happening. That's what.
Fire away, fire away. God damn! Alrighty, go.
So Desmond, in Cameron fashion, I'm gonna like describe the hell out of this. As he's running, he's gonna pick up like a little pebble and be like, eh. Posture. However, if we're going to sneak, we should be quiet.
You're telling the stealthiest guy in the world. I got this covered.
Ashima is just going to like give him a what the fuck look and throw his hands up in the air.
I'm just saying.
He's gonna gesture vaguely to everything and raise his eye.
Referencing all of the sitcoms right now, but his hands kind of just start touching his face, and he's like, "I could make him a flying teapot."
A what?
You can?
I could try.
Okay, Desmond.
Try.
You will try.
Just, I think I would need some stuff.
Okay, so plan is walk back in.
Up a little bit. I'll take a shot at whole withering left of.
Okay, so you will take the attack of opportunity there.
Even though I disengaged?
Oh, you disengaged. Sorry, yeah, you said that. My bad. Sorry, Kayla was walking past and waved her hand in my face.
As long as we're talking about it, boats are kind of scary. So that's my expert input. I want to be on land.
Okay.
I am sorry. I will apologize when next we see him.
That's too late for that, but thanks.
Well, I don't think it was necessarily a bad thing. You were just protecting your end of the deal. That is all.
Communication sound. I'm looking at you.
What? Sleeping dragon.
Call it T-bot. It's like a teapot. Bot.
That is an in-character and in-person laugh.
I think we need to let the coordinator know so she is prepared.
I'm sure I can cast Sending, and she could probably be here for us to discuss in detail what we need. I'm guessing a total of 75 words in one day will not be enough.
Probably not.
I can cast
All righty. Hello there, everybody, and
that great
welcome
one-liner, and then Joe described like, yeah, it is. And then you see the energy channel, and like, fuck.
And then you see, and we're back to the session now. So, welcome back, everybody. We are going to pick up right where we left off. So, picking up there, our group of adventurers now find themselves recuperating and catching their breath to the best of their ability after the vicious combat encounter that they just had. So, a group of Shadow Spawn, Bansheen, converged in on the party, and these two new people, the Bansheen attacked, all focusing on Desmond, trying to retrieve what they claimed was remains, something their master wanted, something the Dark One wanted. Now, Desmond, paralyzed, unable to speak, made no deals, made no bargains, and combat ensued. A lot of close calls, almost ending in the death of Desmond. But luckily, thanks to the help of two new individuals, one, Carasilla, and Morwen, these two very, very similar in look and appearance, but very different in garb. One wearing heavy chain mail of a fighter, the other one wearing much looser clothing, closer to that of a more dex-based individual. Also, you can see gauntlets, bracers on their hands, emblazoned with this symbol. What looks to be a three-pointed flame surrounded by a circle in this deep, shimmering gold color. White cloaks draped around their shoulders, down onto the ground, with these streaks of embers passing through them. All of you are familiar with what those cloaks mean. Keothi has told you about them. The Yorman Sonar, the individuals from Fjardalet, told you about a run-in they had with these people. Children of the Flame, or, as most people who have dealt with them call them, White Cloaks, a derogatory term for what most people to believe a group of religious fanatics, those dedicated to the light and the great war against the dark, but a war that most people don't believe in, but a war that the four of you in Keothi, well, are entrenched in, whether you like it or not. So you can see these two individuals having helped you in battle. Carasilla and, well, Morwen really bleeding a little bit, couple of scrapes and bruises, some of that veins on her face and arms growing a slight black color from that necrotic energy that was dealt to her. As Keothi, kind of staring at them, has a hand on your shoulder, Desmond, just sort of casting that soothing, healing energy into you. Sort of pat you on the back, and then we'll kind of help you up and help you stand and look to you, Carasilla and Morwen.
Yeah, I mean, Carasella's just backed herself against the skull because they're both exhausted. And she's trying to just do it, so she's just leaning, but she's like, just slowly slouching down, just like barely able to hold herself up currently.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just kind of looking over everyone. I guess that's new. And just, oh well, Good evening, Karsila, Mowendelsky, Children of the Flame.
Hey.
I think we've got a few things we should like to talk with you all about, but, please, I think at the moment all we can ask for is, perhaps some shared refuge and fuck if you've got any spare food or drink. My eyes just kind of like wander over to Keothi. We've met before, yeah.
Yes, we
Oh,
have.
fuck, what are the chances?
Exactly.
And you can see Keo kind of like looking towards the party, and she goes,
I had talked about my time in Bromsgrove with the Yorman Sonar.
And you can see her kind of pause for a moment.
The children of the flame who harassed the Yorman Son at the outbreak, the fight. I said that there were those who attempted to disrupt the fighting, and that was these two and their soldiers. So then there's a battalion that you're traveling with. You had 20, 30 soldiers traveling with you in Bromsgrove, correct?
So it just looks over at Morwen.
Morwen's also just like arm against the bone, just like trying to keep herself up, just breathing really heavily. Just these two look like they're probably about to collapse. We used to.
So we perhaps just delay any talks, please.
Yeah. First, thank you guys. But yeah, if you need rest, we have stuff to rest with. Plenty of food and water. And Bianca will kind of just start getting things kind of ready for them. Seeing that Keothi's kind of down with them, her guard's down, and the fact that they just helped.
Yeah.
She's not super concerned about these two right now, at least.
Well, perhaps we should move a little further away from this area. Try and find some small bit of refuge we can.
Yeah, that would be smart.
Is your friend, kind of motioning Desmond, all right to travel?
So, Desmond, your movement speed is halved right now.
Wait, so how many points of exhaustion do I have? Do I have 4 or 5?
You have 4. No, you don't want to have 5. Your speed's reduced to 0 then. Or your hit point maximum is halved. Your speed is still fine. Sorry, my bad.
I gotcha. I think Desmond cannot really speak at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of just curled up on his side, clutching at like his sides and chest. He's like conscious, but in massive amounts of pain.
And you can see Keothi kind of trying her best to help you stand, wrapping her arm around you and taking a lot of weight off the pain. And she kind of leans over towards you, and not to say it in front of anybody too loud, but she just kind of whispers into your ear, Desmond,
would you like me to carry you, or are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right.
He's gonna try to walk on his own, but probably fail.
No, all right. It's okay, you can walk, but let me help you.
And she won't carry you, but she's supporting a lot of your weight, kind of like holding underneath your armpit and grabbing onto your shoulder, wrapping, kind of squatting just a little bit to wrap your arm around her shoulder, just helping you move.
Right. Let's, I guess, just find somewhere safer. And Bianca will hand out like water to the new two, and then start to head out. Just kind of like just trying to do the next best thing, you know?
Yeah, of course. Okay. So, with that, right now it's about 7:30, 8 o'clock. So you maybe wander northward. Well, that's the thing is as all of you begin to move north, the direction that Carasilla and Mormon, the two of you came, are you making any protests?
Wait. Not that way. We can't go that way.
What do you mean? That's the only fucking way to go.
The way to go to die, that's for sure. We can explain more and later. Morwen's right, we can't go that way.
Okay, then let's just look east a little bit for a place to stay, and then we can decide whether we go whatever direction next.
Okay.
Yes.
The terrain does open up a little bit at this point, finally getting past the Misfire Canyon. You can see that cloud of mist with night is starting to get thicker and thicker as the temperatures begin to drop. So behind you, the shadowy giant remains begin to fill with mist and fog, and you begin to head eastward. Now, these strips of land, especially getting closer and closer to the bridges, the land begins to narrow and narrow and narrow. Until about, if you were to walk an hour eastward, you could probably get to a coast, looking out over the shattered shields, the eastern half of the fractured peninsula, a collection of islands spread out to the east.
Is that the direction where pirates were supposed to be? Or that the islands where a bunch of pirates were?
Yes. So, I mean, you're elevated right now. The height you have, you probably don't have to worry about pirates at all.
Okay.
But yeah, you'd be able to see them coming if they were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is here all right with everyone?
We're setting up separate camps, right? I mean, we're not actually gonna spend the night with people that just told us to take a detour, right? Sounds really fucking dumb to me.
If they fight the Dark One as well?
I think we'd be all right for a night. It looks like they just need rest.
Put
They
your
don't have
mind
any
at ease. We don't
supplies, right?
intend to hurt any of you. Fuck, I mean, if you wanted to, I don't even think we could do anything.
I'll take first watch.
And as usual, I will take second.
Do either of you feel more comfortable taking one of the watches, or do you both just need rest?
We've been...
Trust you not to kill us.
We've been traveling for over 24 hours straight running. I don't think I can keep my eyes open much longer.
Okay. No problem. Cecily, I'll take first watch with you.
All right.
So as all of you begin to sort of settle in, these two new individuals sort of accompanying you on this journey, making space between you and them. You set up your watches, and you can see that while in front of you is this collection of small, just black little blips on the horizon of the different islands of the shattered shields. Behind you, heading westward, back towards the way you came from, these very thin, clustered together trees. No leaves or spines on them, but just thin, wiry branches that just sort of sprout up out of the ground, very closely clustered together, as you just light a small fire to give some warmth in the very damp, cool night. I'm gonna pull everybody here. Okay, so as you
love that art.
Thank you. So,
oh, that is some. Oh, sorry.
So as you settle in, you all just sort of climb over into your own respective areas. Cecily and Ashima, so first and second watch, and then Bianca, were you taking the third?
Do we need 3 watches?
Yeah, in order to sort of have it work out with the
Sure.
sleep time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, I'm assuming everybody's going to head to sleep and then plan to talk in the morning.
Well, I just put a thing in the...
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can see that currently, closer towards the cliffside, Keothi has kind of walked Desmond over and sat him down and is just sort of sitting next to him, pulling different small things out of her satchel, trying to give Desmond small little like collections of herbs, making him chew on them.
Just saying, no, believe me, it'll make you feel better. It tastes bad, but most things that taste bad will make you feel better if I give them to you, not if you find them on your own, all right?
That's very confusing advice.
It's all right. You'll be okay.
So with that, as they're having this small interaction, Cecily, you can make your way over to Desmond and ask Kyo to leave if you'd like.
Yeah, Kyo can be there. Cecily's just gonna kneel down to Desmond, and she knows it's late, and she knows he's exhausted. It doesn't matter. We'll just kneel down next to him and just... Desmond? What the fuck was that?
He kind of gives a sputtering cough a little bit while he's laying or sitting or whatever. And he kind of tries to avoid your eye contact a little bit. Apparently I had something that they wanted.
I think you know what it is.
I took something. Whenever we were. I don't know why they want it, though.
You know there's gonna be more of those fucking things, right?
Not if we killed all of them.
I really don't think we did.
But if they want it so bad, I can't give it to them. It's important. It's another cough.
So... So whatever you did, whatever you took, we're just gonna have to keep dealing with people wanting it, things wanting it, until either this is all over or we're fucking dead. Because I gotta be honest with you, Desmond. You were really fucking close to dead.
Not me. I need to sleep. Talk about it.
She'll start to get up and just sort of she is, in many ways, still the same angry person she was way back in session 1. She's just gotten a little bit better at holding it. And so you can just see this sort of flickering, fiery anger underneath that wants to just curse you out and ask what the fuck you did and why you would be so stupid. But she just kind of holds on to it. And right before she walks away, she just... There's enough trouble in our lives, and I think we'd all appreciate it if you didn't make more. So do whatever you're gonna do with that. And she will go ahead and walk away and take first watch, and she will keep a particularly close eye on the 2 children of the flame that have joined us.
While she's walking away, Desmond kind of whispers under his breath, "You don't know what it's like." And then he'll just lean over and wince at his movements.
Kyo kind of rubs your back. She doesn't say anything, she just rubs your back. And you can see that sitting extra close to you as you lean over and sort of lay down, you can see that sitting very close to you, almost hovering over you, she pulls out what for you is a regular sized book, but is just infinitely tiny in her hands, sort of thumbing through the pages. But as you're just beginning to fall asleep, you can see that she's not actually reading the book. She's just sort of looking over you and just flipping past the pages. And just trying to keep a watchful eye on you before eventually, Cecily, you can see that she eventually falls asleep in this sort of cross-legged position, bowing her head down onto the ground.
Guy. Hey, buddy.
I'm gonna mute Ryan. Okay.
I will assume he didn't notice.
Yeah. He got the call. So with that, Desmond, eventually you fall asleep, and Cecily, you can see Kyo fall asleep next to you. Cecily, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's see what you see.
Do you?
That's all we need
See
to do.
what I see.
16.
I put way too much vibrato into it.
That's okay. Vibrato is always welcome. So, Cecily, as you were just sort of sitting near the fire, looking out into the darkness, looking out on the crashing waves up against the cliffside, or looking at the swirling fog to your south, you also notice to your north this just to your south, just from the shadow of the moonlight, or from the light of the moon, you can see the fog is white, clear. It is this natural fog that just is rolling over the area, steam clutching to rock. As you look to the north, you've seen fires like these before, or at least the aftermath of them. Thick black smog that just rolls across the hillside into the sky. It is just barely noticeable in the night, but you can see that it currently is being moved and blown along with the wind. You know that came from a fire. You've seen it before. And it must have been a massive one to the north. But terms of that, you don't really see anything else. Just you notice that big rolling black cloud of smoke. Okay, so with
She'll
that,
just, she'll just kind of glare at the two of them and just be wondering if trying to piece together any possible way this could be a trick or a lie. Because isn't everything? And, yeah, that'll be it for her.
okay, all right, sounds good. So you,
Oh.
Yeah, no, I had to server mute you because you forgot to.
Oh, I'm
mute
so
yourself.
sorry.
No, that's okay. It's not good.
For those wondering, my sister had a baby, and
Yeah.
I just FaceTimed to look at it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
sorry about that. I totally meant to mute myself.
Nah, it's all good. It was fun to hear.
Babies are important.
Yeah.
Babies
Well,
are
congratulations to your sister.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah, he's beautiful and healthy.
Aw.
So, yeah.
Good.
Delightful.
Anyway,
So, with that, Cecily finishes her watch and goes to stir Ashima, correct? Second watch?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, Cecily, you wake Ashima. Ashima, you kind of stir from your sleep. And you exchange any words, or Cecily, are you just heading to sleep?
She doesn't really have anything to say. She's at the point, if nothing else, with everybody else in the group, where we always know what she's thinking and feeling, so...
Yeah, and this isn't the best time to be like, hey, Cecily, you should trust people more.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. All right. Cecily, you head off to sleep. Ashima, as you settle in for your rest, I'd like you to make a perception check for me.
Yeah.
11. Okay. Watching out, once again, just sort of caught up with the white fog to the south and the crashing of the salty seas to your east. Caught up in the sound of the elements. You don't hear anything, you don't see anything. Just a peaceful night. Until about the end of your watch. As you are sitting there looking, listening, sort of going back in and out of this silent meditation. Morwen. As you are sleeping, you have this moment, this brief flash of images in your dreams. One moment dreaming of something pleasant, of a different time, of doing something else, of doing anything else. There is this brief flash of images. Smoldering remains on a battlefield. Heads on a spike. Horses whinnying their last gasps of breath as these creatures run up, and just no weapons, just these meaty claws ripping and tearing into the carcasses. You can see a sea of red, soil turned black with blood. Thick swirls of deep grays and darkness moving all around this battlefield. A gatehouse, scattered and broken. And as you look up into the sky, there is no sun, no moon, no light, just darkness. all-encompassing, all-consuming, and you can see that your vision begins to fade on the edges as these tendrils of black begin to move closer and closer towards you, wrapping into your legs. You reach for your weapons, you go to slash, but they're no longer there, reaching, grabbing up your legs, pulling you down into the darkness, grabbing on to your arms and your chest, and then your throat until there is no more gasp of air, until all you can do is scream. And Ashima, your watch is broken as there is just this earth-shattering scream coming from behind you as you sort of quickly turn around. Morwen is just, her body is tense, screaming, just trying to move anything as if she's in sort of some type of sleep paralysis. Karasilla, you wake up immediately. What are you doing?
I mean, she's still probably like a little out of it just from exhaustion. But as soon as she sees Morwen just struggling, I guess, she's gonna go over and just try and wake her up and just kind of grab her up and lift her up to just get her in a hug.
Okay, so Morwen, as you're just sort of screaming, the darkness almost consuming you, pulling you down until it's just at your neck as you are just barely able to breathe at all. You can feel something grab onto your face, something grab onto your shoulder and pull you out of that darkness. The screaming stops as you slowly, your body relaxes and your eyes open. And you see Karasilla there in front of you. And at this point, all of you are awake, just sort of looking and staring at the two of them.
Again? Alright, you're safe.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. You know that. Just gonna be hugging her tightly.
Morwen would return the hug and just like lean her face into Karasilla's shoulder, and she can probably feel that Morwen's crying a little bit.
Wanna talk about it?
I didn't want to leave them, but I couldn't let you get hurt.
It's okay. We'll deal with it later. No, we'll be fine, okay?
You can feel like her hands are shaking a little bit, but she gives a small nod.
Can't have you having no sleep, so...
Could you...
Another
Could
story?
you... She nods.
Right, well, set yourself down. It's been a while, after all.
Morwen will lay back down the way she was. A little closer to Karasilla.
Yeah, Karasilla will lie down with her, just like, facing towards her. And she's just going to just start telling just this story to her. Just a little simple, hopeful one of just this man whose wife fell ill, so he needed to travel across all these dangerous lands to try and find this herb to remedy her. But he had no equipment, he had nothing but essentially his love of his wife to get him through, but that was enough, and he was able to get this herb and return to her. And just when she was at the brink of slipping away, he managed to bring her back, and all was well and all was fine.
Okay.
And obviously in a lot more details, but
yeah,
you know,
of course,
taking that 10 or so minutes, and then just humming like a little lullaby-like melody, just until she knows that she's asleep.
Yeah, when you like finish the story and look down, you see that Morwen is asleep and breathing easier than she had been.
And she'll just like flop onto her back and try and get more sleep herself.
All right. So, the two of you fall back asleep, and the rest of you see this and can watch for as long as it happens. Shima, you return to your watch. The rest of you fall asleep. Fall back asleep, I should say. Okay. So, with that, Shima, you finish your watch. Nothing seems to happen, at least as far as you can tell. You wake Bianca. And Bianca, you finish out the watch. Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right.
Alrighty. Oh, 19.
Hey.
Okay. So, Bianca, as you are setting and watching the coast, you just can't help but get lost in it for a moment. As you are just mesmerized by the music that it makes. Crashing of the waves on the rock. And then the rising of the tide that you can see. Just as it slowly begins to crest up to where you can see the sort of salt line from where during the day its height had been. And it's odd as you're looking out on the coast, staring up towards you and the campsite. In the water, you can see a form staring up at you, staring past you. You see an older man, tall, wide, standing on the water. Big, long white beard. Long white hair cascading down to probably his waist. You can see an eye patch covering one eye. And this just... the other eye crackling with this blue energy, creating almost like a small light in this sea. Looking up towards you, and in a blink, there is this large wave that comes crashing over him, and he vanishes. You
Bianca's
blink.
gonna
rub your
blink
eyes.
and rub her eyes. Oh my god. Sorry. Go
It's okay.
on.
No, that's what I was gonna say.
He's still not there. Oh my god.
No, just gone. No sign of any struggle or anybody trying to claw their way back up past the water. Just was there for a moment, then gone.
She's gonna take out, probably in the back of her book, just like write down his description so that, she doesn't forget.
Mhm.
Because she's like, I know that was real. I know I saw something, but she just doesn't want to lose that memory.
Of course. Yeah. Alrighty. So, eventually you can see the sunrise, the pinks and blues and reds and oranges translucent on the sky, streaks of thin clouds beginning to form as the rest of your party begins to stir. Now, the thing about exhaustion is even with a long rest, you only lose 1 point of exhaustion. So Desmond, you're down to 3. Carousel and Morwen, you're down to 1.
I
So with that,
Is there a point? Is there like a thing to like track the exhaustion that we have?
It's under hit dice. It's right beneath it.
Oh, I am blind. Hello.
Yeah, and it'll tell you the effects too if you type in the number.
I remember. So down to 1. Cool.
alrighty. So as all of you stir and wake, you sort of blink over towards one another. And Bianca, are you going to say anything about what you saw, or just going to keep it to yourself for now?
I don't think she'd start off the day just being like, "Hey guys, I saw something kooky last night." So yeah.
All right, guys, let's start early.
Yeah, I think definitely like putting a bookmark. She plans on telling people about it, but just not right off the bat.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, with that, the 7 of you now awake, blinking towards one another. The campfire, nothing but smoldering embers surrounding all of you. What do? Who's making the first move?
So, as a small gesture, a gesture of good faith, as Cario used to say, Cecily is going to do her morning meditation again. And she'll be kind of off in a corner, juggling, and not really looking at her handwork or anything, just kind of zoning. But she'll go and do it like near Caracilla and Morwen, just kind of to let them know silently that she saw what happened last night, and she's that like the wall is kind of down a little bit more. She's not drawing that line in the sand anymore. So, if either of them want to bother her, I suppose she would be receptive to that.
Ashima will make a more direct move and go join Cecily, and approach both of them and say, well, it's no secret that you two have been through more than enough.
Suppose it's time to talk about what happened up north.
I suppose so. Nothing like starting a morning off like that.
If you feel up to it, telling us that, well, seeing the state you were in when we discovered each other and your reaction to going north is enough for now, if you wish.
Well, I think it's probably important that, we both get a fuller picture of what's going on here. At least if we are to decide to do anything today. I imagine a lot of it might hinge off that discussion. And Caracel's also just gonna kind of like, as she's getting up, gonna say that she's like still in a Children of the Flame get up, and just gonna activate that shift wave, and her clothes just turn to a much shabbier outfit. Just this very worn-looking jacket with little areas of like breakage and fraying. Some areas that have just been patched up. Just a lot different to the Children of the Flame outfit. In more darker, deeper colors of a kind of like faded wine color. We've only really, I guess, that gauntlet still remaining to kind of keep that remembrance of, I guess, the whole Children of the Flame thing.
Bianca will be preparing some morning rations for everybody. Just to like, food can just ease over everything just a little bit in her mind. So she's just gonna start like preparing that and offering it to people. So, yeah, about north. That's exactly where we need to go. And I guess if you need to keep traveling with us, that's kind of the direction we were planning on heading. Is that
That's
going to be
why?
a problem?
I mean, what's up there north for you?
Ugh.
I think it's an even longer story.
I will say, if you could tell us why we can't go north, it might be easier then for us to tell you why we have to go.
Because the Dark One has opened the gates.
Understand that most people aren't too caught up on things, though, with the Banshee taking interest in you. I'm not sure how much that applies to you all, but essentially the end of the world is happening up there, to be frank.
Yeah, so Cecily will just catch all 3 of the juggling balls and... Dark One? And she'll just kind of turn over. Yeah, we might know that guy.
We're a little familiar, unfortunately.
Not cordially.
Right.
Oh yeah, we're not friends.
Right. So who exactly are you all? You just... Not many people have such run-ins, I guess. I mean, half the people don't even really think that he's a threat.
Oh my god. I don't know if we even know why. She's just gonna kind of laugh a little bit after that too. Why it's us. It just is. And then she'll kind of just give a little, it's kind of like eyeing Ashima and everybody, like making sure, like she's not gonna speak if anyone's like kind of giving her an eye, like shut up, like don't say anymore. But she'll kind of give a rundown of like at least the beginning parts of Daku back in Summer's Rest, and then maybe go into not up into the future part, but definitely then the down in the dungeon when they were with the Brotherhood, and kind of give that tale a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Joe, I have a question.
Yeah.
What's a 2-part question? One, do we still have the Dark One idols, or did we finally get rid of them?
No, after Daku's death, you no longer had them.
Okay. And then I assume that answers my second question, which is the latched-on connection that Desmond had initially. Did that go away after we dealt with Daku as well?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
So, real quick. Bianca, do you explain the Daku situation? Like, do you bring him up at all? Because I know you said you brought him up in the prison cell. Do you also bring him up when you fought him in the dungeon?
I would assume so.
Okay. Carasilla and Morwen, you have this very odd feeling as there is a description of the individual. A lithe, high elf man. From the eyes up, face painted in that dark charcoal color. Whispering secrets and persuading people. There's a striking resemblance there.
That's kind of how we got involved.
But then, do you know why the Banshee was after you?
And then she'll
like
kind of
that's
turn around to Desmond. Not really.
They
Desmond's
mentioned
looking
something.
straight at the ground.
Cecily will kind of just look at Desmond as if to say, if you don't say anything, I won't.
Desmond.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If you have something, that you've not told us about. It seems perhaps it's too late to return it.
Actually, it's too early to return.
Mind blown.
He'll reach into his pouch and pull out a small vial. And he won't hand it to anybody, but he'll kind of just hold it up and let everybody take a look at it. And you'll see that everything that he had scraped off kind of existing in there, I guess, because I don't think it's like settled because it's out of time, so it's kind of just floating. And he'll just kind of wrap his hand around it lightly, and I guess I have to tell you guys. Wouldn't be fair not to. I told Poe about it when we first got back from whenever we were. But when we met after everything with Daku, and when we met Nathian, they scraped something off of that skull we were in. Brought it back with us.
Sorry, why would the Banshee be interested in some skull dust?
Not just any skull.
I mean, are we just gonna tell them?
I think it's in everyone's best interest too. Might be a little biased, but can assure you that we're on the same side as far as I'm concerned.
Not about the same side, it's that I just don't even know how to explain it. Or if you guys will believe us if we do. But let's try. And so Bianca will try to explain the future part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really curious what Morwen and Caracella's reactions are to this story.
Morwen glances over at Caracella.
Yeah, Caracella would be like obviously doing like insight checks on all this, which I feel like isn't really needed because it is the truth.
No, yeah. I mean, there are
That's
moments.
essentially what's going on in her mind.
Yeah, where it just seems so far-fetched that you don't want to believe it, but why would they lie? Especially that extravagant of a lie.
Yeah, just
Why
like
tell a
as she's
lie that
explaining
no
it.
one would believe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, as she's explaining it, she's just trying to keep up with what's happening. And just like nodding, kind of looking over to Morwen, just to kind of reassure that it seems to be accurate at least.
Well, would certainly explain why the Dark One has taken an interest in you.
Yeah.
Well,
you two
he
walked
took
into
one
quite
in
a
us.
story.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite, though, is that because he's interested in us, this happened. This was after Daku, and well,
So whatever that skull was an extra special skull. Because
I think it was Bahamut.
You what?
Bianca's... I was just gonna say Bianca's gonna have big eyes and stare at Keothi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Keo's like
Desmond,
Cecily started to juggle again, and they all fall. They just.
He's kind of just really choked up for a second. I guess it's time that I should tell the rest of you. Just to clear some stuff up. I told Cecily a while back, and I told the night before he left, but I don't have any memory beyond the past couple of months. Maybe 4 or 5 months ago, I just kind of woke up. Didn't know who I was. Didn't know what I was, where I was. The only thing in my head was the name Desmond O'Malley. I don't know what it means to be what I am. But when I saw that skull, it felt like something inside of me had just died a little bit. And I don't know anything about Bahamut or any of the gods, but that thing is supposed to be the thing that created me and gave me purpose. Just to see it lying there. I don't really know why I did what I did, but just there was this tiny back, and that maybe it would help me.
You can see
I did.
Keothi kind of deflate a little bit. She had this very, focused, sort of, not angry, but just why look. Until that last sentence or so, she just kind of deflates, her shoulders slump. And she looks down at the ground and then looks back up at you, and she says,
Desmond, believe me, I understand where you're coming from. Up until a month ago, I thought I was a descendant of the Onycolothi. Someone who was meant to find and retrieve knowledge for the Hearthstone. And just recently, I discovered that I'm part of a group of Goliaths who died thousands of years ago that I know next to nothing about. Only what's on drawings on caves. I understand your pain. I really, really do. But, Desmond, you are my friend, and I have grown to care for you so much. And if you ever need to know something about Dragonborn, I know many things, Desmond. I can help. But I don't want to see you put yourself in harm's way over it. Had I not been there, had I never left the Hearthstone, had I not gone with you, I hate to imagine what would have happened yesterday instead. please. Please, please, please. I know things, Desmond. I can help. I don't know who you are or who you were before, but I know Dragonborn, I know Bahamut, I know Tiamat, I know things. It's what I'm good at.
Desmond's gonna kind of giving short nods. He kind of, assuming Keothi is sitting next to him, he'll kind of just lapse onto her shoulder a little bit. And I know we discussed the Dragonborn don't really cry, so I guess his version of sobbing is he takes a bunch of really, really shallow breaths in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just over and over again and kind of unable. And finally, after a moment, get back up. Looks everybody one by one in the eye. So at the end, he'll just say, "So sorry."
Hey, dude. If you have no idea who you are, you're in pretty good company.
You're also not the first one to fuck up with some big deal people. Seems like you're in the right spot.
It seems to me, Carousel Morwin, if you'll be traveling with us, you'll need to not know who you are, and also make a mistake somewhere along the way.
That's a lot to live up to.
I mean, who doesn't make mistakes? So we got that one down at least.
True.
But it's just kind of just pause, just looking towards Morwen. Something needs to happen with those remains. I feel like Bromsgrove might be the best place to take it. And then just in a message to Morwen, she's just going to say, I think the Hidden Flame can probably help with this. Probably know more than we would.
Morwen would nod. I think we can help you.
You said
So-
Bromsgrove?
Yeah, wait, you need to get to Bromsgrove. When? Now?
Well, I mean, as soon as we can.
What about before?
Okay, so question. When you said that you talked about the future thing, did you talk about, like, you guys want to go into the past to stop the heist of Bromsgrove? Like, did you tell them that?
No.
Yeah, I don't think that
only-
came up yet.
So we have not gotten there yet.
There's a lot of information we're sifting through here.
Can I just say that, Cameron, I'm very glad Desmond didn't die for many reasons, but I think the biggest reason is so the party didn't have to explain time travel to a third person.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah,
But
I'm still not done.
Cecily, without you having enough info, she's gonna say, "What about before?"
I literally don't know what that means.
Part of the reason
Neither.
why
Take
we
it
have-
away.
Part of the reason we have to head north is because Ashima proceeds to explain the whole thing with the temple and going back in time and kill Hitler, all of it.
Okay, so now you explained the heist of Bromsgrove.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what was taken in that heist?
Vaguely, but I imagine not as well as you both would.
Last I heard, it was an egg.
Morwen looks at Carasilla kind of for approval about if this is something they should be talking about.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I was mentioning that it was an egg, I think everything just kind of like slots into place. Just gonna look at Morwen, just kind of nod.
It's not just an egg. It's the rebirth of Bahamut that was stolen.
Right.
So it all comes together.
Yeah, that's how I'm
Just
looking
what?
at this.
Does it? I mean, I guess if you think of time as a circle? Or like a...
circle.
This is why you're
like
not
a...
meant to normally travel time in such ways and just go forward in it. But fuck.
Yeah, we're really hoping that after this, there's no more time travel. Really hoping.
Me too.
Bahamut, was that you?
Wait, also, so how much earlier do they need to go then? Is it like?
It's
Because
like
when did the heist happen?
Like a 2 or 3 months, right?
Yeah. It would be. Fuck. Let me check the date real quick.
Yeah.
Either way, it's probably long
It
enough.
seems to me like by the time we get to the Temple of Time, or whatever it's called technically, and go back and whatever, if we're like a couple days before the heist, I think it's going to be like a month and a half.
I think you're right. I think that
Yeah.
I had a little notation, or at least I made a personal note in the timeline for Carasilla and Morwen. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, was it? Oh, I didn't know if it had the heist in it.
No, I don't
But
think that I wrote it down.
Yeah, the heist isn't mentioned in our timeline, I don't think. Not directly. At least not the one we got sent.
No.
Yeah. Because, I mean, it happened the day we were in the dungeon, right? Or no. The message came that it happened.
Yeah, like a week after the event is when word
When the
finally reached the
message got- yeah.
Brotherhood. Yeah.
So, okay, so it would be like a whole month and a half, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been about damn near almost 2 months now. Almost.
So what month would that place it in then?
That would place it in. It's currently it's currently Winter Court. Hearthfire. What is the month of
Shade Sun?
Shade Sun? I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So. Okay.
Wait.
No.
I don't think that makes sense. That would work. It'd have to be after Shade Sun.
Yeah, it would be probably right after you guys would have left Summer's Rest then.
That checks out, roughly.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see where we were. That's the thing.
Oh, wait a second. I think I actually have this in the timeline. Timeline of the Salamander Coast campaign.
This is why writers' rooms are a thing.
Conflict at the Old Spire outpost. Yep, here we go. Okay, so it would have been in Hearthfire. It would have been like the 20th of Hearthfire. So it would have been a little bit more than a month ago. Month and a week.
Alright. So, key details. Before or after the 20th of Hearthfire?
Probably.
Or like on that day, because then there's a lot happening on that day, because one of the timeline events you gave us is on the 20th.
Yeah. So I think it's on, actually.
Oh, shit.
Yep, yeah, because that would have been the day that you guys killed that thing. Yep.
And so then we would have been in Bromsgrove, I guess is the most important thing. So I don't know how time things work.
Well, on the 20th of Hearthfire is when you were in Giant's Bridge.
Oh, that's still... Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then...
So that happened there, okay.
Yeah, so on the 27th of Shade Sun is when you met Keothi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure our time's right. Oh, yes.
So that is why we have to head north. To stop everything from going down.
Well, if you wanted to head north, you're at least a couple of days too late to do that.
What happened?
I saw
Yeah.
the smoke.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess our side of the story, where we've just come from, Donna's Pass. It's where I guess the gates of all that's meant to open up, and well, there was armies of Children of the Flame there, of course. I believe over 1,000 men, and well, we were sent there to stop any of the Dark One's forces that we could, and well, if things were as dire as we were told before we were able to leave, it's 1,000 men dead up there, and I don't think that there's, well, any chance for, well, less than 10 people to deal with all that. It's going to be the epicenter of everything, I think.
Not without more help, at least. Help that we might be able to get in Bromsgrove.
Right.
Either way, going north isn't an option at all. I don't even think it'd be, well, worth risking trying to sneak through or anything. And, well, we have quite direct orders to go to Bromsgrove as soon as we can, so that's certainly where we'd be heading, regardless of what happens.
Were all of the children of the flame there, or?
Well, not your friend. Sure you'd be happy to hear that, but,
So then he's still alive.
We didn't see him there, at least. He could have arrived
I
late,
haven't seen him
but
alive.
who knows?
You never know. Karma could have caught up with him, but no, we're not sure where he is. But there was also meant to be more troops arriving that day, so chances are he could have been on that ship, sent to his own death.
My only concern is, if all of the children who were there died, and you two go back to Bromsgrove, and I have only had one interaction with the children, so I could be jumping to conclusions, but they tend to be a little overzealous, and you can see her kind of grimace. Might they accuse you of being traitors?
No, we've got a letter from the Lightbearer himself. Be enough to waive any suspicion, I would hope.
Good.
And, well, assumedly, most of the higher-ups were meant to be pass anyways, so I think there wouldn't be much to contend with if there is any opposition, and, well, our business isn't exactly with them either, is the other benefit, I suppose. We need to meet up with another group. Hidden Flame, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, but...
Oh. No.
Yes, well... Really makes sense, but either way...
Pretty hidden.
I suppose so. But yes, we need to make our way there and deliver whatever this letter is, and well, hope that they have some plan to fix things. But you need to go into the past.
Yeah, that's the thing. We gotta hit this temple before we go to Brahmsgrove, or we're kind of shit out of luck. So
But if you're
that makes
going to the
not
past
going
to
north a
prevent
problem.
the heist, then well, I mean, maybe I'm assuming too much, but if it's the past, then we could at least do something to better set up that situation at Delna's Pass. Right? I mean, it's not a bad thing to tamper things. I'm not sure. I mean, you've done time travel, surely you would be better equipped at those things.
If we end up in the future, don't take anything.
But if you go into the past, can you change things?
Promises.
Well, we're going to the past to change something, so I hope so. I'm kind of new at this.
I know I haven't known you all for long, but there's a fierceness in your eyes. I'm inclined to believe what you say, despite the fact it's probably the most outlandish thing I've ever heard in my life. But if you're going to succeed on this, which could do a great deal to help everyone, I think you're going to need more help. If you go north, just the four of you, I mean, you saw what two of those Bond Sheen did to all of us working together. Sorry, the five of you. I don't see how you can get past them without help.
I think either way, if we head to Bromsgrove first, I don't know, the Hidden Flame might have something to at least help get you to the temple.
That is my thinking. They at least might have ideas or can come up with something.
Well,
And
we
I mean,
actually-
no offense, but also, this temple thing doesn't work, then at least we know that we've got our job done at Bromsgrove. And, well, you can't abandon this timeline, right?
Well, if we don't go back, this timeline ends. There's no other option. That's just a fact. So if the heist doesn't get stopped, there is no future. So, we don't have to travel by land. We chose to travel by land because we thought it would be safer. But we could do ship or fly. Those seem to be the other two options we could do to get to this temple, at least.
How would we
So,
fly?
are we getting a boat, or are we gonna steal some lizard bird?
Yeah, we would.
We know how far away the temple is from Delma's Pass.
Yeah, I can give you a rough mileage real quick if you'd like. Just a straight shot, which I guess from where you're at would be well, okay, if you were just to take the land, let's just give him the mileage here. Control click. If you were to just take land, you'd be looking at about 800 miles.
Okay, but it is like a decent distance away.
Yes,
the
it
thing.
is. It's
Okay.
closer than Brahmsgrove, that's for sure.
Okay. Because I think that's going to be our main concern, is just we don't want to be anywhere near there.
Yeah. By ship, though, it is 560 miles. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Sorry, my bad. 1,500. Whoops. Oh, I was wrong then. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. I mean, you have to travel by ship anyway to get to the island.
Oh, that's true.
Right, that
well,
is a
I mean,
good
if
point.
we fly, we could get to the island too that way.
Right, but are they able to fly without landing for that long? I guess that'd be the thing.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, then I guess I guess ship would be the best option then, because if the
Yeah.
purpose is to stay off the land, then we probably shouldn't fly.
Yeah,
if
and
they
even
have
from
to rest.
the coast, you're still looking at about 500 miles of just no islands.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, might as well get a boat now then. If we can.
All about this idea.
There's
I
the old
mean,
Cameron.
if you need to go back in time, then does it really matter when you get to this temple?
But I've been saying this whole time.
Well, it's just that I don't think it'd be right for us to delay in getting to Realmsgrove any sooner than we need to. It was direct orders by Lightbearer himself. And so we made a promise to get to him, and if we couldn't stay with our men, then we can at least make good on this promise.
Well, I guess if we're going back in time, that's technically sooner than getting it to them now, or even later than that, and then you might be able to save the lives of your men.
Well, I intend to do both. I don't see why it needs to be mutually exclusive, right?
Well, what are the odds of the Dark One or one of his bitches messing with the temple before we get there?
Even just getting to us again, we're kind of constantly bombarded with more things to deal with. I'm personally uncomfortable spending more time in this present timeline. Just because of how often we have run-ins.
That woman that we met, they were heading towards Albiord. What was her name? The landlord woman.
No, not Nut.
What was her name?
Friend of Nut.
Vigdis. That's. She had remarked.
Vigdis, friend of Nut.
Didn't she remark, or was it the Elderman? I forget. One of the two of them said something about strange folk looking for something north. Two older men who were teaching the Uel Jeet.
Yes, blood hunter stuff, or similar to blood hunter stuff. Yeah. They were from Afera. Did we get their names?
No, I don't think so.
But you were onto something. What were you going to say after that?
Well, suppose that, optimistically, the Ualjit and the forces of the Dark One are against each other. One can only hope. That would work out best if there are these two people who are looking for something north of Fjordaleth. Hopefully not the same thing, but most likely the same thing. My concern is, what happens if they are with the Father of Lies? What if they're looking for this temple in the hopes to get there before we do and use whatever magic is in it to wreak even more havoc? If Delner's Pass has been destroyed and Shadow Spawn wander there, then that's one way blocked off. At least as far as I know, there are no ports or villages anywhere near here. So our only choice then, at least as far as I'm aware of, would be going back the way we came, making our way down the mountains to the Annex, so we can go to Albiord and get a ship. Unless, of course, then we want to try our ways finding a waystone, going back through that terrible place that sent us into the future in the first place. It just seems like... Oh, and you can see the anxiety and anger fade once again. It just seems like there are so many dead ends.
Okay, hold on. Ashima, you bought a new stick. What are the people that made the stick again? The rhyme, rose.
Rialds?
Connor has to check. Rialds. Connor had to check his character sheet there. Yes, the Rialds.
Rialds. There's a chance that whatever happened didn't get to them, right?
Well, I can testify they make formidable weapons.
And from what I do know about druids, which, surprise, surprise, is not much, they're usually kind of sneaky.
They also, assuming they would know this land very well, can definitely help guide us or even give us some shortcuts. And then kind of remembering that Keothi talks about the Earth Mother a lot. Would you... I know you brought Sunny here by talking to whoever. Do you think whoever could guide us to the Rialds? Maybe.
Oh.
Is that person connected to these people? I don't even know.
Most likely, there is a... Some might not know her as the Mother of Mountains or as Eluin. Many cultures have many different names for the spirit that embodies Earth. But, there's a chance, I suppose.
And maybe they can help us get to where we need to go faster and not have to deal with all that in Delner's Pass.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
if the only
my
other
idea,
choice is to go all
Cecily.
the way back, you know. And the old dude said they'd be nice. I mean, that's all we're working with, but it's better than nothing.
Well, they might not trust us right away, is what he said too, which is only fair.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you want to check anyone before you trust them, right?
And then Bianca's going to look at Morwen and Carasilla. I know you guys have made it very clear you don't want to head north, but we have to do this. And you're welcome to join us, because we are going to go to Brahmsgrove. But this is our mission, and we understand that your mission is your mission too, but this is what we have to do.
I think Carousel is just like very visibly just like torn up with just thinking about like everything and trying to like figure out what to do. And you're sure that going to the pass is gonna stop all this then?
It's the only hope of stopping it. And you guys can have time to think about it. Obviously, I know we just threw so much at you, but I just feel bad leaving you guys, just the two of you. But I also understand everything we just said is not any easier to sign up for.
Well, I mean, getting that letter out was, I guess, a last attempt. Thought what's ever happening up there and stop, well, further apocalypse. But if going to the past is going to, I guess, give another chance to stop it from ever starting, then Just looking very much at Morwen just to make sure that she's not stepping too far out of line.
Morwen
I
looks.
feel like it's probably better that we help you.
Bianca will give Carousel a smile. Just because, I don't know, friends. No real reason behind the smile, just is happier.
Yeah, she'll give a little smile back. And I mean, if it's going back into the past, do you have to go into the future again? How does that work? Just go back to the temple?
We're not super sure, just to be fully transparent.
Yeah, we might just have to do time again.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well, either way,
am
that
I?
should give us
Hold
plenty
on.
of time to prepare for things, right?
But am
Make
I?
things better than what they are here?
If we go back and then we stay in the timeline and I 15 again, or am I still? Fuck. I don't want to be 15 again.
I don't think technically you're 15 again. You just live in the same timeline as your 15-year-old self until your 15-year-old self goes to the future and then turns 16 in this timeline.
So,
I think.
Wait.
I would say we stop thinking about it, though. Anyone else?
Aye.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. You're full of good ideas, Bianca.
Oh, thanks. I try.
And this meal you made.
Oh,
Rations.
I tried so hard. I know it's like kind of drier meats, but can't let it spoil, so.
Yep. Nope. I'm just in the present. Just fully enjoying. Just kind of a handful of whatever this is.
I mean, I feel that's the attitude we need to take, although perhaps a little bit more genuinely. Swing over at Cecily.
Making it. Till I'm making it.
Well, good way to approach all things. So we would be able to get passage some way through then?
I could try. I can't make any promises, but I will see. And you can see that Keothi is just not confident.
And then there's one other thing that could potentially be an option. I saw something on my watch, not a bad thing. But there was this. Oh, is everything okay? What happened?
Sorry.
It's okay, just checking.
It happens to us a lot.
Yeah. Early this morning, when the sun was barely up, I saw this man standing on the water. An older man, long white beard. He had an eye patch, but he seemed otherworldly, maybe like, connected to the ocean in some way. He was just staring at me, and I don't know if we maybe go down to the shore, if maybe there's something there that we could speak with him, and if that also could open a door for us somehow. I didn't think there was anything dangerous or negative about him, but I wouldn't want to go alone just to be safe.
Well, if he had any intention to hurt us, he would have done so while most of us were sleeping. It seems less malicious and more inviting.
It's also a super long stretch. I don't know where he went. He just somewhere into the ocean, so he may just, didn't feel like a figment of my imagination, but that could have been what it was. So.
I would think if it was watching you stay around at least. Must be interested in something.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
So then do we go down to the shore or do we go into the woods?
Yeah, I
know.
guess
What do
that
we
does
want to
give us
try
a choice.
first?
If we're being followed, heading to the shore will give us a clear view of
any tales we may have picked up. The forest will only obscure them.
Right, and I mean, if everything fails at the shore, we can just head back into the forest really easy and then try that. At least we have 2 options.
Well, at least we have 2, but if either one goes wrong, I think something's gonna catch up to us. I don't fucking know what at this point. Take your pick.
I mean, also, at least with the Earth Mother stuff, we know it's not malicious for sure. I don't think this ocean guy is malicious, but, I don't know him, so...
I will say I'm pretty good at getting a read of people. If there's a problem with this ocean person, I'm sure I could pick up on it.
I also don't know how receptive the Goliaths of the Hearthstone and the Rialds have had disagreements in the past, but I don't know how much it will affect now. It's just something to think about. It wasn't anything bad, just disagreements on what type of soil should be used with different plants, but the Rialds take that kind of thing very seriously. So,
she kind of shrugs and lifts her hands up. Just trying to get all the information out there.
Joe, did you say that the ocean guy, looked anything like related to a Goliath, or did he just look like human?
No, he looked human. Maybe a little bigger, broad, bulky.
But not like especially in any way.
No,
Okay.
no giant blood in that guy.
Okay. All right, so first thing, ocean guy then? Everyone kind of in?
I need a moment to talk to my sister. If that is all right.
Absolutely.
Morwen will push herself to stand because she's just been sitting against a tree. And she'll kind of motion for Carousel to follow her, and she'll start walking away into the trees.
Well, if you want, the rest of you can start heading down there's sort of like the small goat's path that leads down the cliffside. So if you'd wanted to, the 5 of you could start heading down that way, and then Carousel and Mormon could stay up here and then follow shortly after if you'd like.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It works.
Okay. All right. Descent begins. Keothi leading the way. All right, so the 2 of you...
Someone's gonna probably have to help me as well, because I'm still at half speed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bianca will offer.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Need a crutch.
Alrighty. So?
What group are we sticking with first? Hello?
Yes. So, oh, no, they're just heading down there. So, yeah, you guys are good to have your conversation.
All right. Switching to Elvish and kind of waiting till they're a decent distance away. Do you trust them?
Well, they seem like good people.
Not denying that.
And either way, if they're looking to, stop whatever the Dark One's doing, then don't see why we can't trust them. Same goal, right?
Yes. We had our orders directly from the Lightbearer, though. You think we should delay that?
Well, it brings me no joy in doing so, but if they're right that going to the past can stop this, I mean, it seems like the best option we have, and, well, if we're in the past, then perhaps we could get some future warning to, what's going to happen at the pass. Seems like a better idea to warn earlier than wait for things to happen.
Morwen will reach back and she'll pull out the letter that the Lightbearer gave her. I was able to walk away from our friends, our soldiers, our comrades, because I knew I was protecting you, but I also knew that there was something that he meant for us to do. I don't want to feel like I'm abandoning them a second time.
think it is. I mean, we were told to leave because this was the only option to save things, and, well, I guess now we need to leave this time loan to, well, stop it again. And how could he know that we'd run into a group of time travelers, I suppose?
What if he did?
Well, then I feel like you could have given a bit more forewarning.
I mean, why did he pick us to take this? He certainly must have had better people.
I don't
Was
think
it
that's
really we
something
were
you
just in the
should
room?
linger on too long. I mean, we don't even know what his plans were. It could have just been warning the Hidden Flame that, well, whatever's happening is happening. I don't know what that letter says.
And Morin kind of like looks up at Carasilla. We could find out.
Carasella's just gonna give like a little smile and just kind of like push Morin's shoulder just like playfully. Well, aren't you the rules breaker now?
If we're going to walk away from this, I think we should know at least what it says before we make a decision. Fully informed.
Well, I'm willing to do it if you are. It is just a seal after all. They don't need to know we've read it.
This is true. And we've seen Dark Servants. We could have wanted to make sure the message was not lost in case it was damaged in a fight. And she kind of gives a very obvious wink.
Sure, that would be very convincing. So do we do this now then? I feel like decisions are going to be happening very soon after this, so if this is about making informed ones, then I feel like now's the time.
Sorry, my internet like cut out for a second. What happened?
Carousel is basically just pushing to open it.
Okay. Morin will look down and she will open the letter to read what it says.
All right, so you're breaking the seal?
Yeah.
Okay, so you peel the wax off of the parchment, breaking the seal, unfurling the letter, and looking down upon it, you see a blank piece of parchment.
Oh, fuck, it's got spell shit, doesn't it?
What?
No letters, no words. You saw him write onto it as clear as day. You saw the black ink scratching onto it as he wrote, but now opening it, nothing there.
I mean, would Carousel be able to gather that it's probably some, like, magical thing to, like, assure that only the person that's meant to read it can read it or something?
Make an Arcana check.
Or there's probably at least some way to make the words appear.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's not unheard of within the Children of the Flame to disguise certain messages to make sure only the person who's supposed to read it reads it. But there also has been known to be letters that you've delivered, that you've heard of before, not that you've delivered personally, that... What do you have there? Is that the Declaration of Independence?
Wow.
Anyway, that have been known to, when the seal is broken, there is a chance that the letter itself, the magic used in the seal, could trigger a trap of some kind. But luckily, it seems as though that hasn't happened to you. So, not one of those. But you gather that this is probably some type of enchantment that may be able to be dispelled. Or you might just need to be whoever the letter was intended for. Whoever Dorian Almer, whoever he intended to deliver this letter to be delivered to.
Well, so much for transparency, and Morwen like flips the paper back and forth before kind of closing it the way it was.
And to be fair, it should have been expected. But that's more on us.
Yeah.
But could be a chance that one of them's able to dispel it.
If you say the word, you know I got your back.
So we're going with these people then?
Well, let's do it.
Just gonna nod. And then catch up with the rest, I guess.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, the two of you begin to make your way down the cliffside, and you meet up with the rest of the group down there. And it's odd. As before you go, as the two of you were just sort of sitting up there talking, you sort of unfurl the paper. Let's see. What is both of your passive perceptions?
Yes.
I think it's only 11.
Carasilla?
It's high. I think it's like, I don't even know. Why can I not find it?
Passive perception. Oh, shit. Yeah, where is it? Well, it's just your perception plus 10.
But I mean, no, because I've got
Oh, you've got a feat.
Whatchamacallit.
Do you?
You also have observant, don't you?
Passive perception is 20.
20. Okay. Carasilla.
Wow.
So just
have
as
all the eyes.
you're beginning to fold up the envelope or the letter, pressing the seal back, Carasilla, you can just hear this. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. It's the sound of a bug buzzing. Bzzz, bzzz. Distance away. Yeah, you sort of look into the forest. See, it's odd as you're looking in, you blink a couple times, and it's approaching, mid-morning, maybe 8, 9 a.m. The sun to the east is rising slowly, casting light over the land. But as you blink into the forest, you can just see it's just this fog, this dark cloud, just buzzing.
Just grabbing Morwen's arm and like directing her to where that buzz is.
You
Just
look,
so she knows what's happened.
you blink, and you can see small stripes on a small little creature that eventually flies where it's maybe 4 or 5 feet away from you. Looks to be a small bee. And it just kind of flies around you, Carasilla and Morwen. This looks like a harmless bumblebee.
And I don't trust that.
Kind of sets down on your shoulder, Carasilla. Stops buzzing. Eventually it flies up. Flies back into the darkness. And you begin to hear more buzzing. Faster buzzing. As you can see these much more high-pitched as flying towards you, maybe 4, 5, or 6 of these wasps just begin to break out of the forest. Aggressively flying towards you, no bigger than an average wasp, except you can see that there are these small wisps of shadow that are flying off of them. As they just seem to be blinking from direction to direction, the shadow of the trees being cast on by the sun as they just sort of vanish in and out of shade and approaching faster and faster and faster towards you. What are the two of you doing?
I think we should go.
Just calmly. Yeah, definitely. They're already planning to get to the others, but certainly.
We're dashing now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
and just trying to alert the others.
as the rest of you begin to make your way down, you eventually make your way down to the coast. And Cecily, you're the first one to see it. In the crashing waves of this deep blue hues, this salty, thick, murky water, crashing waves, you can see as two waves crash together and then settle. Standing there is that old man that Bianca described. Long white beard, long white hair, a black eye patch, one blue eye crackling with energy, and standing on his shoulder, a raven. And you can see now Carasilla and Morwen sprinting down the stairs of this small goat path, as you can just hear coming from behind them this intense buzzing sound that's just getting louder and louder and louder, until eventually, as they get down to the base, you look up and there is this huge black cloud that is moving off of the cliffside and slowly beginning to float down. And as all of you turn around, you can see hundreds, if not thousands, of wasps just beginning to descend down towards you. And as you look up, and then Cecily, you still just looking towards this man standing in the water, you can see the clouds all around you begin to darken, not from shadow, but storm clouds begin to envelop all around you. And then right by the dockside, there is this monstrous crack of lightning that jams down into the sea near you. This bright flash of blue energy and light cracks into the water, and as the smoke settles from that bolt of lightning that slammed down, as all of you sort of rub your eyes and your ears from that loud noise, you look behind you, and there's a boat now. A long ship. Can be piloted by 4 or 5 people. Enough for all of you is just there now, and the man is gone.
That's a good enough sign for me, and Bianca's gonna run to it.
All right, so it is all right there. Between Keothi and Morwen, you're able to push off, jump onto the longship, and unfurl the sails, and you just begin to coast. And you can see that as soon as the wasps, they begin to get towards the water, you can see that there's this brief moment where they almost sting into Keothi or Morwen being the last two onto the ship, but as soon as they get to the edge of the water, right where there's a steep drop off in this rocky dune, they just sort of stop and just begin to buzz furiously, as you can see on the cliffside a man, a human. You can see him wearing this thick leathery material over his face, a netted mesh, and a large basket on his back. And you can see that he flicks it open and just reaches out his hand, and all of those wasps slowly begin to fly back up and retreat into that wicker basket on his back. He shuts the lid, and he just stares down as the 7 of you sail off into the shattered shields of the fractured peninsula. And that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo!
Oh my god!
So happy! I've always wanted to make a villain.
And you did. You made a damn fine one too. Beekeeper Gara. That's a great.
Beekeeper Gara.
That's a great. Yeah. No, that works out pretty well. Yeah, his original art was really creepy. I can actually pull it up if I swap to the Salamander Coast thing here. Let me go ahead and just because I can. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, here you go. Show. There you go. Wicker.
God.
Yeah, we had a one shot forever ago with Mark Connor, Cameron, and Felicity, where they pretty much created 4 of the 13, these sort of 13 Forsaken of the Dark One, who are kind of his generals, the people in charge of dealing out the most damage and death and destruction, his most powerful thralls. And so far they know of 2 that are escaped. Wicker, the now wasp keeper, shadow wasp creature, and the other one being Nakure, this sort of
oh god,
Triton, right?
Mm.
Yeah,
Triton
barbarian who had like a glaive and was actually the person who was kind of the messenger during the session 0.5 to the Lightkeeper. Yeah, it's I'm super excited.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot about her. I'm gonna piss myself. Yeah, the comment. I'm still, because Cameron's and Felicity's, all 4 of them are equally awful.
Yeah.
Truly.
Yeah, I'm excited for those 2 as well. I just have to do one-shots with the other 2 groups now where they get to create the others of the 13. That's what I really need to do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be so cool.
Oh man. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. Just to let you know, there will be a session on Friday, the Explorers of Afera, where we'll get to see the resolution of their killing of Duradine Dupree, this just flubbery half-elf walrus of a man who deserved to die. The resolution of that, what's going to happen there. Or on Saturday, for the Isles of Iverion, where we will see if the group there, the Forerunners of Fate, if they will have what it takes to not only defeat Geldovan, but also to defeat the Broodmother, this giant insectoid creature currently wreaking havoc on the city that they just got to. So, tune in on Friday or Saturday if you'd like to see those. There are Isles, yes. There are descriptions, or in the bio page on Twitch, there are schedules for all that. Also follow us on Instagram, because there are reminders that are put out every day through stories by the wonderful Felicity, who plays Bianca. So follow, please. We'd love to have more of you. You all seem very great. And yeah, okay. All right. Well, that is where we're going to end tonight's session, and that's where we're going to end tonight's stream. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope that you have a good rest of your evening or morning or afternoon, whatever it is. Okay. Bye.
See ya.